And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Do apologize for the delay to the start of the broadcast here, but we've returned with the GSL CK number 5. Again, just had some technical issues initially, but now we are jumping into our first game of the broadcast. Again, we do have Team Terran up against Team Protoss. We're jumping into our TVP. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Eternity's Edge, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself, representing onside, but also representing his boys, Team Protoss. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran, typically representing Shopify, but here he is representing Terran. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our first game of the broadcast, into our Terran vs Protoss matchup, and we've loaded into At Eternity's Edge. Now, jumping into this here very quickly, we do have Zoun's lovely face cam, as we can see here. Bam! We have Zoun. We also have ByuN's back. We have God. Oh, look, there's ByuN's puppy. Oh, look at him go. Look at we can just watch this. We just hold on, I'll try to make this a little bit bigger for us. We'll do our best. But one of the reasons why the start to the match was so delayed is just because ByuN was having some tech issues. ByuN was having some tech issues trying to set its webcam up. So I do apologize for the delay. And we have kind of got, at least we have some ByuN. At least we we have ByuN and his puppy. Let's go. Let's go. The doggo. Beautiful. So again, do apologize for that. But regardless, we're getting into our fresh series here. We're getting into our TVP. Coming into this, it is single gas opener, so ByuN's going for a faster expand. Meanwhile, Zoun back across the map is going for his own, so far, standard setup as well. Gate expand out of Zoun. Un momento. But here we go. From here, we're going to be settling in. Again, we do have ByuN going to be going for his own expansion. As we mentioned, single gas opener, so a greedier build here out of ByuN going for the faster CC. Meanwhile, Zoun settling into his own early game as well. Coming into this, of course, when it comes to TVP, we have been seeing a little bit of a shakeup in TVP in general when it comes to Protoss players and how they do approach this matchup. Some players have been embracing this more warp gate less style, going for a massive amount of vanilla gateways and just rallying across the map. But Trigger, who's looking very good last week, embracing that style. Meanwhile, others like Zoun, at least last week, were embracing this more heavy warp gate style by still sticking with warp gates but having a bit of a diminished mid game as a result of that. So we'll see how our players will adjust their approach. Welcome to At Eternity's Edge. This is one of the more, I would say, more standard maps in the map pool. Depending on how you expand, you can rush across the map a little bit faster. That is true. Can get across the map faster, and we'll see how our players will approach each other here, how we expand and how we take up. For now, Twilight Council opener out of Zoun. Stalker perks in, gonna be zoned away, just nibbling away at the Marines, and might even catch a Marine. So far, they're gonna be forced to the low ground. Gonna be forced down, and the first thing we're gonna be looking for here is how many gateways. Does Zoun open up 2 gate blink, 3 gate blink, or 4 gate blink Stalker? Do we approach a more economic, a safer, greedier, or more aggressive early to mid game? So far, second gateway's on the way. Meanwhile, ByuN, economic start into a 1-1-1 into a wood mine drop. Now, we'll see if this is going to be purely a mine drop or if we also drop with Marines alongside this. With extra Marines, you do have extra DPS potential to try to get some more economic damage. Wood mine drops are just all about scouting, but with Marines, you can try to be a lot more intense, a lot more aggressive with this, as Marines are building up. Bearing in mind when it comes to the hotfix patch, we did have a change to the Widowmine itself, and now we do have a much shorter period between shots. Essentially, I say shots, the lock-on period. The lock-on period is shorter, so Widowmine shots do occur faster. It does mean that it is more difficult to react, to defend, and to split units, whether it's Ling Bane, whether it's splitting workers as well, whether it's even trying to drag mine shots. It is much more difficult to achieve all these things due to the change. It does give a lot more strength to the Widow Mine, and we'll see if it's going to be enough to trip Zoun up, as here comes a double mine drop. Double mine drop is moving out. Zoun does have an adept in position, and Zoun, he will spot the medevac. He knows. Does spot the medevac. He's somewhat aware. We'll see if he did actually take notice of what he had seen. As it looks like he has. Yeah, he has noticed Stalkers, they move into intercept. They try to move in, but it looks like they will miss the medevac. Oh, yeah, medevac does boost past. Stalkers out of position. We're making our way into the main, and Zoun did go... How many gateways, by the way? 2 gates in the main. We have 1 gateway at the natural, 3 gate blink, a safe build out of Zoun. Went for a safer build, does have the safety observer. Mine drop into the main base. How quickly does react? He pulls away. Yeah, Zoun does pull away in time. Losing 1 probe. Drop back into the natural. And Zoun, he does react, he does pull away, doesn't even... And so far, good defense. So far, solid defense here from Zoun. ByuN did at least scout the gateways, he did at least disrupt some of the mining, and he still does have 1 Widow Mine left alive inside of that medevac. So ByuN, he can always go back in at a later time. Can always go back in. As from here, again, we're just going to be building up. Do apologize, missing the in-game logo. It's all set up, it's all good. From here, we're just going to be settling in. It is going to be the faster bay after the 3rd base. So again, 3 gate blink to the 3rd, into the bay, into Colossus production. So Zoun is slowly building up into the mid game. Meanwhile, ByuN initially with the mine drop, now into his eventual stim timing, into his eventual move out. So stim is on the way, building up his bio, building up his tank count. ByuN is going to be stuck at home for the time being. Again, this is kind of what we expect and what we have been seeing out of TVP over the past year plus of play, is just turtling up on 2 bases, building up until we have stim, until we have a formidable force, then we can fight for map control. Until then, ByuN though is stuck at home. He's stuck at home. ByuN attempting to move in with some Raven harass. So far, no major damage. That's back in. And we'll get some workers. So far, 3, 4 probes going down. Very nice. Oh my god, 5 probes even. Jesus. Very nice damage here. 5 workers do good. No. But the Raven should actually get away. Barely does. Pulls out on 8 HP. Does escape. And behind this again, Zoun, he's still building up his own forces as well. Much more tame early to mid game. 3rd TC's on the way, so ByuN, he's not going for any kind of crazy 2-base all-in, just building up in a command center. Looking to claim his 3rd. Meanwhile, now that Sim is done, ByuN, he can start having he can now start to have some presence on the map. He starts to move out. Zoun does spot this, will nibble away at the army. And ideally, he wants to catch some Marauders or some tanks. That would be the ideal targets here. We're now catching out a Marine. It's 2 Marine kills so far. Ooh, Raven did get sniped. Yeah, Raven was sniped in the end. ByuN rotating over, coming in from behind. We don't quite get the Marauder. Colossus has arrived. Tanks have yet to siege. Yeah, they get to siege up. Stalkers coming in from behind as well. Massive Colossus shots. We do try to target it down. The Colossus does fall. Okay. Colossus does barely fall, and with that, ByuN breaks through. He breaks through again. Nice target firing at a ByuN. Barely kept that 1 tank alive on 5 HP. Barely kept it alive, and with that, the 3rd base has been broken. And that's all Zoun had. Zoun, he had lost the core of his army. Ooh, mine shots connecting. Late blink. Yeah, late blink out of Zoun. We just saw a step forward to catch out all the Stalkers. Planetary should... Sorry, the Nexus should fall. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh my god. 11 HP. The Nexus survives. ByuN was being a little bit greedy there. He picked up too soon, failed to kill the expansion, and Zoun, he saves the base, and he saves the mineral line. On the one hand, this was a better trade for ByuN. He did take down so many Stalkers and Colossus. That was how many? That was 8 Stalkers going down, 1 Colossus, alongside alongside all those Zealots. But the base survives. The economy is still stable here, and Zoun will claim another base. Wow. We'll claim another expansion. I do apologize for ByuN's cam again still being very zoomed out, but I'll try to zoom it in later. I'll try to get a bit of a better picture on it. I will try. Oh, as ByuN does try to look for a way in. So far now, Zoun's built up to 2 Colossus. 2 Colossi. Ooh, we'll take a mine shot to the face. Again, zoning back ByuN. And Zoun is recovering. He's building back up. Again, the fact that he didn't lose any of his economy is huge. as he can still maintain his presence. ByuN behind this, getting his own third up and running. Now a second starport's on the way from massive Viking production. He needs his Vikings. Oh, good. Yeah, we do face check the tall grass. Be careful, Zab, be careful. Does check with his face, bleeds out a couple of Stalkers. At the same time, Zella back here on the right hand side, but ByuN does have reinforcements back in to defend, and ByuN, he should be able to hold. Yeah, ByuN, he does hold on. So I'm going to be zoned away. We have like Ghost amassing, Vikings as well. We're building up into the mid game. It was close, it was clutch, but we are getting there. From here, Zoun's getting up to his 4 base economy, and now we can start to diversify our splash damage. So far, it's just Colossus. Ideally, we do want to work towards Disruptors, though. Do want to get there. As we build up to 3 Colossus. Baits out the first mine. Colossus, they can lead the charge here. As we build up to 5 Vikings. Yeah, it's going to be enough to force Zoun back. And this is one of the big advantages here of expanding on the south side, is that Zoun, he's actually pushing towards the gold base. A massive power spike is going to be available here for Zoun. ByuN cannot let this just get up and running. It's going to be a massive power spike. Will allow for just a non-stop Zealot production, that gateway explosion that we all are familiar with in TVP. All the gates are coming online. Zealot by distracting ByuN. Pushing into the natural, catching reinforcements, and getting into the mineral line, or at least trying to. It does try to move in, and ByuN turns everything back around. Zell said denied entry into the main base, but SCVs are falling, and as this is happening, Zoun is building up his gold. Meanwhile, Disruptors. We spoke about it earlier. Disruptor production has begun. Second Robo's on the way. The gold base is finishing up. Zoun, he's gaining map control. He does need a little bit of time to actually refine his composition. You can see that Zoun did spend a lot of supply, and he's now down in that army supply. So Zoun needs a little bit of time for warp pins. Once he has them, though, he can still maintain his map control and start to apply pressure to the 4th base. As ByuN is getting his own 4th up and running. Sensor tower here on the top side. The gold base is getting saturated. And we now have 2 Disruptors, soon to be 3. And even more than that. Okay, we're getting those Novas. Oh, interesting. So Zani does start to create some choke points. Creating a position to fall back to. Stalkers, they poke in. They scout the 4th base. They get an SCV. Just the one. Zoun now claiming a 5th. Sorry, a 6th. And we get spotted. Zoun moving in. The armies are kind of passing by each other here. Zoun is going for the planetary, and he may have to recall. Yeah, he may have to recall. The planetary is going to go down. At the same time, ByuN is coming in from behind. Yeah, ByuN is coming in. Zoun, you have to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. Shows it over. Can we zone? Yeah, there's a recall, and 1 Colossus goes down. Disruptors are going to get caught as well. We get some rough losses here for Zoun. Losing 1, 2 Disruptors, and the Colossus. Actually, he recalled to this position. There's only 1 battery. The only 1 battery Colossus going down. Zelta will be able to buy some time. Yeah, there's Zelta holding on, catching out some Ghosts even. Oh my god. Yeah, some expensive losses there for ByuN, losing Ghosts. As he's down to 1 Ghost left. Heavy losses there for ByuN. At the same time, Vikings also, they get reset, which means we can go back to Colossus. Yeah, back into Colossus production. Every Viking falls. But ByuN has enough. ByuN, with this rally, with the reinforcements, he will break this gold. Remember, there's no splash damage. No Disruptors, no Colossus, just a gateway army. We see Zoun trying to hold on. And does force the army back. But he's running out of Zealots. He's running out of Zealots here. Without Zealots, these Stalkers, they're exposed. Yeah, Stalkers are exposed. They have to blink away. We need more warp pins. We need more reinforcements. There's a lot of Zealots. And the warp pins are finishing up just in time. Just in time. Then, oh my god. The flanking Novas. We have 1 left. Novas are coming from behind. And Zoun is holding on. He saves the gold, pappy. Yeah, he saves the gold base. Gets his 5th base up and running. I keep saying 5th base. That's gets his 7th base up and running even. Yeah, the 7th base is getting up. Disruptors are amassing. Again, I would not be opposed to Colossal production at the moment. Look at this. Look at the units tab here. We have Marines, we have Marauders, 0 Ghosts, and 0 Vikings. Now they're relying on Disruptors. And Disruptors have amassed. Zoun moving in. He's maxed out. Once again, there was a mainly zone away. Getting on top of the CC. Command Center gets low. Going to be chased down at the same time. Massive Zelarama getting on top of the would-be 5th. Yeah, they get on top of the northern base. That's going to be a kill. No lift. Yeah, no lift. Nova once again, no connection. Just grazing the army. No major Novas, and there it is, Colossus. We were hoping for this a little bit earlier here, but finally Colossus is going to be on the way. Much more secure splash damage, and again, 0 Vikings for ByuN. He lost them all earlier. Did lose them. Zoun moving in once again. Zelt's on the right hand side to distract. Get us distracted. Ooh, losing 1 Ghost. Yeah, losing 1, losing just the 1 Ghost so far. But a couple of extra Novas connect with Marines. My army going down. Oh, catching out another 2 Ghosts. Another 2 Ghosts go down. Disruptors are saved. Just pure value here out of Zoun. Doesn't break ByuN, but again is trading well. And again, we're still waiting for the Colossus. We're waiting, Pappy. As they have been amassing. Behind this, Liberator Production's on the way. Again, ByuN is still lacking that air support. Vikings, Liberators. ByuN is getting there. But I'm worried that it's going to be too late. So the best continue. Of course, Zoun was able to fully saturate and fully take advantage of the gold base. He never lost it. Never lost the gold. So we're going to be careful. Never goes up. Ooh, does connect. And over the Marauders. More connections here on the Marauders as well. And Medivacs, they got a lot of work to do. And Colossus are revealed. Colossi are revealed. Liberator Production's underway. ByuN does get that northern base up and running. True. Fully saturated. ByuN, he can sustain himself. Does get his 5th. Oh no! Other Novas! This time they do connect. Massive connections with Marauders. Marauders to take a lot of hits. A lot of damage. Nice splits, nice spread here by ByuN overall. Again, being as efficient as he can. But there's only so much he can do here as the Colossi have arrived. Catching another Ghost, another Marauder. ByuN scans for another base. That's what, an 8th on the way? That's oh my god. Say it's really a 9th base as Zoun is double expanding, taking all the bases. Nevs, they catch another Ghost. And ByuN, he's running out of Ghosts. He's got what, 2 left? 2 Ghosts remaining. It's now becoming a very cheap army for ByuN. I mean, I say cheap, it's very Marauder heavy. Very Marauder heavy. Vikings are amassing once again, getting into mass ETs. Shadow Stride is now on the way for the Dark Templar. Oh. Disruptor gets caught. Nice catch. Does catch 1. Army blinks in, taking down the Liberator. And ByuN is being broken. They're being forced further back. The Protoss army barely does not get into the mineral line. Again, ByuN was distracted. There was a Zelarama at the natural. So the army will split, and ByuN's being forced further back into his mineral line. Oof. And Nova catching the Ghost. Now it's a... Oh wait, how many Colossus do we have? 6! 6 Colossus. We said this earlier here, but as soon as ByuN lost his Viking count, Colossus, they reign supreme. The lasers, Pappy. Yeah, the laser shows too much. 6 Colossus. Now pushing forward. Marauders, they sim in. They get 1. They get 2. 1, 2 Colossus go down. Zoun did overextend. But it's fine. It's still fine. He breaks through the expansion. CC goes down. Mineral line as well. And with that, ByuN, he's being broken, being forced further and further back to his natural. At the same time, does go for the counter drop, does kill the gold base, but this is more than pay for itself. Like, it was already mining out. It was already mining out. It's already too late. ByuN getting another expansion. I mean, this is a very valuable drop, don't get me wrong, but there are just so many bases here for us down. It does not matter. He has all these expansions, all these Nexi, and he can always recall. He can always recall back home. The laser show continues, Bappy. Oh no. That's how he rotates over towards the linear third. Moving further in. Oh, the Colossus are exposed. Uh-oh. Gets surrounded. Your best engage here for ByuN. Does flank the army, but Zealous they flank the flank. Oh god. And with that, doesn't matter. One Colossus go down to two. Two Colossus left. More reinforcements have arrived, and Zoun has done it. He has broken ByuN. GG gets called, and Zoun will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Zoun. Looking satisfied, looking content, Bappy. But Zoun does take a lead in the series for his team for Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he had his pup, he had his doggo there to support, but maybe not enough support in the end, as ByuN is going to be knocked out. Zoun, he will stay on. I believe this is all-kill format, and Zoun will take a lead for himself for Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back here when it comes to the game itself, honestly, it was really close. It was really close. It was really clutch. Obviously, towards the end, like, Zoun was looking very dominant, but there were a lot of key moments where ByuN barely didn't have enough. I'm referring to ByuN not killing the Nexus, right? ByuN, remember, when it came to his first tank bio push, he caught the Colossus, he caught all the Stalkers, he was trading well. The Nexus was on, what, 11 HP? Like, the Nexus was barely surviving. If that base had gone down, that severely hinders and slows down the Protoss quite heavily throughout the course of that mid-game. Slows them down. Suddenly the Terran has the economic advantage. Suddenly the Terran has momentum instead, and they're able to move out and apply more pressure and break through. Apply pressure and break through, and with that, I mean, we could have seen a very, very different kind of game. Very different game there, but in the end, congratulations, Zoun. He was able to survive and save that Nexus push out. It wasn't just that moment, but the other moment that I'm thinking of here: one, the failed push at the 4th base, but two, we saw the failed push into the gold, right? Where honestly, I thought that Zoun was going to be broken. It was that moment where Zoun, he rotated, he was able to push into the planetary at the 4th location, and then he pulled back and recalled. And in that process, remember, Zoun, he lost he lost 1 Colossus, he lost 2 Disruptors. Zoun lost a lot of units there when he tried to pull away, but in doing so, as he tried to pull away, he actually still saved the base, which again caught me off guard. Did catch me off guard. GG, well played. Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm a little bit confused here. Okay, sorry. So, my understanding of the format is... I'm not fully understanding the format here. Okay. So I'm talking to Rex, and I'm like, wait, why is Rogue? So Rogue is stepping into the ring here, and I'm talking to Rex. I'm like, why is Rogue playing? He's like, I don't know. Oh no. So looks like we're not fully familiar with the formats. So you know what? We're just gonna play with vibes. Hold on. Okay, we're all gonna learn together here. We're gonna... We're gonna find out together. Oh. Oh, this is gonna get complicated. Okay. So there's a couple of rules here to the format. So let's explain this a little bit here. We mentioned earlier that there are some legend players, right? There's some legend players, some legendary players, even if you will, like INnoVation, like Trap, like Armani. Because these players are playing at a bit of a handicap. I say handicap, they're less experienced, they're not active like the other pros. It does mean that if we ever field a legendary player like INnoVation, Trap, or Armani, then instead of a best of one, it's the best of two. Right, so it's going to be a best of two instead if they ever do step into the ring. Oh. If they ever step into the ring. Meanwhile, when it comes to the main format, though, it looks like we're actually fielding players. So we're fielding players. It is not necessarily purely Team Terran versus Team Protoss. Instead, it is all kill format, and the way that it works is that each team is fielding players to knock down the opposing team. So Trap, he wins the first game for Protoss. True, Trap stays on. ByuN, the Terran, is out, and now it's time for Zerg to try their hand at bringing Zoun down. Okay. So it's a little bit of a complicated format. It is not strictly Terran versus Protoss. Instead, it's more of like a battle royale. It's a battle royale. You know what? Terran failed to bring down Zoun. Can Zerg bring him down instead? And we're going to keep rotating until Zoun falls. I believe that is the case. But let's go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself. Yeah, the blue Protoss player himself representing Protoss, and on side it is Zoun, with one win under his belt. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing Zerg. All Zerg out there. It is Rogue. That is. That's not what I was meant to switch to. It's unrelated, but it is Rogue and Zoun. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go. Let us go. We are getting into our second game here of the series. This also means that I don't know if, what necessarily this is a best of, so we'll find out together here. But from my understanding, again, ByuN, Terran failed to bring down Zoun. It's up to Zerg to step up the plate here. So far, it is going to be our initial hatch gas pool. Standard opener here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, Zoun are going to be opening up with a gate expand himself. Okay, welcome to Blackrock. Blackrock, I would say this is a much more aggressive map, than the map pool. Basically, here on Blackrock, the third base and the fourth base are much more open. They're much more open, much more exposed. Because of that, I would say it is much more difficult to get into the longer mid to late game because of how vulnerable these bases are. Typically, we see a lot of all-ins striking and hitting these third and fourth locations and successfully breaking them as well. Just because they are more open, more exposed, more vulnerable. Again, there's no like high ground advantage. You can knock down this tower, for example. You can knock down this tower and wall this area off to buy time. Likewise here, it's a very narrow choke point that you have to open up by breaking down these other rocks as well. So you can open up the map a little bit more. There are some definitely defensive features for sure, but for the most part, we have seen more mid-game play on Blackrock. Let's go. Let us go. Again, shout out to the Warcraft 3 inspired map, and if you notice, but there are some Tauren Marines keeping watch. In the original TLMC version, they were Orc Grunts, but again here for the latter version, they've been switched to Tauren Marines. If you didn't notice them before, well, there they are. That's why they have horns. They're Tauren. Keeping watch. But yes, the format is three-way race war. Three-way race war. Let's go. Yo, I said earlier at the start of the broadcast that that GSL they were experimenting with different formats for GSL CK, and this is maybe one of the more experimental formats that they're trying out. Like, we're going to experience it together, Pappy. True. We'll experience it together. for now. For now, again, we are going to be getting to our own Stargate opener. So standard opener here by Zoun, going Stargate into Oracle, into a third base, into his tech of choice, most likely Twilight Council. So far looking very normal. When it comes to PvZ here in the current meta, we have been seeing a lot of extreme builds out of Protoss player. It's been very common to go, say, Oracle into Void Ray, into Fleetbeak, into Mothership Rush, for example. That's why the Mothership was nerfed as of late, just because Mothership Rushes were very, very common in PvZ. And we've seen that that trend has continued, by the way. Despite the nerf to the Mothership, it is still very robust, and it's still kind of one of the go-to builds in this matchup. We'll see if we get to experience it in tonight's broadcast. Then we can talk a little bit further about said build. Until then, the Oracle breaks in, gets 1, 2 drone kills. Will barely get away. Will sustain some hull damage. It does back up. Does pull away in time. Does pull out. Does pull away. Third base now being taken. And we do have our Twilight Council follow-up. Everything's looking standard so far. Now, based on the Twilight Council, we're leading towards either Glaives or Blink. The reason why I float the idea of Glaives is because it's known in Forge, but now there is. Never mind. Forge is on the way, +1. Not going to be Glaives, most likely Blink, or even into early charge. Blink is the more standard go-to option, though. Is the standard go-to. Oracles, they poke in. Again, they catch out all the active tumors. Catching out 1, catching out 2 drones as well. Catching out a couple of workers. Behind this depth, they do shade into the mineral lands, catching out 1, 2 drones. So some decent harass here as we actually get a little bit more done. Yeah, 3 drones going to be going down. Can we get 4? Oh, we can. Yeah, 4. Can we get 5? Oh my god. 5 drone kills for 2 adepts. Very nice damage here by Zoun. Yeah, the damage is solid. Oracles, they move in. Behind this is going to be the Temple Archives on the way, so Blink +1 into Storm. Standard follow-up. Now we're getting to our standard follow-up here. And Rogue behind this is going to be rushing to tech. He did go for a safety Roach Horn. I did mean to bring that up. A safety Roach Horn into a delayed Diva Chamber into Spire play, rushing into Mutas. So far unscounted. So cheeky moves here by Rogue. We'll see if we can get away with it. Meanwhile, Zoun again has yet to dive into the main base. We do see more Oracles checking the natural location, checking the third base as well. And we are headed into the main. Uh-oh. Yeah, Zoun is making his way in, and Zoun, he should get a full scout. Has still yet to get behind the mineral line, but there it is. Does confirm. Does confirm the Spire. Throws out the Revelation as well, just in case. The Oracles get away, and again, this is the power of the Oracle opener, and bam, instantly second Stargate. Second Stargate, Phoenix production. Blink, thankfully, is already almost done. +1 as well. He will have some anti-air. Zoun, he'll be ready for the Mutas. Now, Rogue knows he's been scouted. Bam, Roach Speed, right? He knows he's been scouted, so Roach Speed has begun. Spire is complete, and no Mutas yet. We still might see a handful of Mutas just to harass, but because he's been scouted, there's a higher chance that Rogue goes into a very heavy Roach composition instead to try to blindside his opponent. And so far, it's going to be 4 Mutas. So fun fact, 4 Mutas, that is enough to one-shot probes. Getting to 10, actually. So we're doubling down a little bit further. 10 Mutas going to be on the way. We can see Zoun knocking down that tower. Knocking down those rocks. Again, Zoun trying to wall up. Oh. Trying to wall off. Storm is complete. Phoenix production's underway. And it's going to be 10 Mutas, yes, but only 10 Mutas. Bathing Speed is in production. Mass Lings are amassing as well. Speaking of Lings, I do poke in towards the 4th base. Stasis connects. Oh my god. A brutal stasis trap. Mutas making their way into the main. They get caught by the Revelation. Phoenix is getting in position. Phoenix is have to be careful. Just rotating back in. Oof. They're losing 1 Mulas already, though. Losing 1, down to 9. Stasis runs out. Lings, they cannot engage. The Oracles will defend. And again, so far Zoun is holding well. There's that rush into the Fleet Beacon. I believe this should just be a rush into Annual Pulse Crystals and then into Mothership, but eyes are on Zoun as Rogue's aggression continues. Oh. Baits out the Stasis, takes down 1, takes down 2 Oracles. Just the 1. Archon gets surrounded. Zoun's out of position. Heavy losses here for Zoun, losing the Oracle and the Archon. And almost losing a Phoenix. Yeah, probes are going to be saved. Lings, they come in from behind. They try to catch out the High Templar. Templar to survive. More Lings. Oh, more Bailey's even. Oh, the lift in time. Oh my god. Lifts just in time, Pappy. Still does damage here to some of the pros, but again, that could have been so much worse. Only 5 workers going down. Nice defense here by Zoun. He defends well. He's holding, but again, Rogue is not stopping. He's still not stopping. Rogue, what's important about what's happening here is that Zoun, he's surviving, he's defending, but Rogue is free to freely just drone up. To drone up to 92 workers. Rogue has been left alone. Banelings roll into the mineral line, and that's a lot of Banelings. Yeah, they roll in, they catch out the High Templar. Deny mining. And again, the run-bys continue, the aggression continues. Phoenixes, they try to counterattack. That's going to be 5 probes falling. Base is getting low. Zoun is trying to keep up. More Banelings rolling in. Nice storm. Banelings get shut down. And Zoun, he still has to weather the storm. He still has to weather that storm. As now we have some Corruptor production. There's Annual Pulse Crystals. Hive is now done. Ultra Cavern behind this for Rogue. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the aggression continues. He got the Banelings. He's rolling in once again. He's rolling in. Where are the storms? Yeah, we're still holding on to those storms. Lings are coming from behind. Oh no! Gets 1. Gets 2. Yeah, takes down 2 at Templar. 0 storms left. Banelings, they roll in. 2 probes going to be going down so far. Oh, good defense here. The lift as well. The lift. Oh no, but the Nexus. The Nexus still falls. Rogue, he still gets damage done. Takes down the base. Denies mining. 5 Ultras now on the way. And Zoun, he's not ready for this. Not ready for that Ultra switch. There's no Immortals. No Immortals. A low amount of Archons. Zoun is struggling to defend. And again, emphasis on the fact that Rogue's economy has been left untouched for quite some time. Adepts are doing a lot of damage early on, killing 5 drones. That is true, but it's been a while. Been a while since workers have gone down. Zoun is still trapped back at home. And still stuck with a very flimsy army. Again, this army is not built for Ultras. Not like this. Link Brain rolling forward. Nice lifts. Oh my god. Once again. The lift, Bappy. I'll say attempt to harass. You can see the importance here of trying to force enemy back and trying to do some economic damage. 2 drones going to be going down. Catching out 2 workers. Oh, the Corruptors are quite low from earlier, and they can be focused as well. Catching out 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Corruptors. We'll clean up every single one. It's value here for Zoun at least. But the ground army, that's what I'm concerned about. Remember, we have 5 Ultralisks. And 0 Immortals. No Immortals, no Sky Toss. June drop into the main. Ultras towards the 4th. The army rolls in. Here come the storms, but the Ultras, they tank the storms. Ultra gets into the middle line. Archon's going to be going down. Ling drop into the main. And the Ultras are breaking through. Yeah, the Ultras are breaking through. Lings, they bust into the main base. Mothership's on the way, but it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late here. Ugh, more units falling. Ultras are going to be cleaned up, but that's still going to be 10 probes going down. We're still not done. Yeah, we're still not done here. We're just flooding across the map. More Lings into the bases, into the 3rd, the 4th base, the main. And Zoun has been broken. He has been broken. The Ultra finally gets cleaned up. More Lings flooding forward. The door is wide open. They flood into the natural. And ByuN may have struggled to bring down Zoun, but Rogue Zerg will succeed where Terran did fail. Again, the map helps as well. Remember, we began this game talking about how this map is much more open and it's much more difficult to defend the 3rd and the 4th base because of how open they are, because of how isolated or how spread out they are even as well. but the bases are much more accessible. Much more accessible. And the Lings, they don't stop coming. They don't stop. Getting up to 70. 71 probe kills. Zoun, he does go for a desperation counterattack. The Phoenixes, they do what they can. They kill 8 drones. Archons, they go for a counterattack as well. Again, just desperation here out of Zoun, doing what he can. What else can he do, Pappy? So Archons, they move in. Phoenix is trying to support. Again, bases are falling, and GG gets called. Rogue will take down Zoun and will be the new King of the Hill. GG. Whew. And GG well played again. Rogue, he will claim the game. He will take down Zoun. Let's go. Let us go. But with that, GG well played. Hold on. Okay, but GG well played. With that, so I'm gonna have to change up this score actually. Like, how do we set this up? I'm referring to this out of game score. Like, Terran vs Protoss is now no longer applicable here. I guess we will do this for now. Okay. So we'll make this Rogue. So Rogue, he takes down Zoun. He's on Team Zerg. Beautiful. Takes down Zoun here, and in the end, Rogue, I believe he's now the King of the Hill, and it'll be up to, I believe now, Terran to field a player, if I'm not mistaken, to field their next contender. Oh boy. With that, GG well played. Get a very intense game, and Zoun had some nice key moments when it came to defending, when it came to lifting banelings, when it came to some harass as well, but in the end he did struggle too heavily to secure his bases. You could also argue that maybe Zoun overmade Phoenixes, maybe committed a little bit too hard to Phoenix production and Anion Pulse Crystals, considering that the Mutas, their time kind of came and went, and the Phoenixes, they lost value over time, of course. Did lose value. And as a result, we saw that, again, switching into Mothership and switching into a more robust ground army was a little bit more important. We didn't quite get there. GG well played. So with that, Rogue, he will claim a lead, and we'll see who will be fielded next from Team Terran. Let's go. Now, bearing in mind, so ByuN is out, so we do have a couple of extra players left. For Team Terran specifically, we of course have Cure, INnoVation, and Maru. Now, when it comes to the format, sorry, I was just double checking. I don't really know what's going to be a best of completely, but we're going to keep going until we run out of players. We're going to keep going. So again, ByuN is now out. We still have Cure, INnoVation, and Maru left. For Protoss, Zoun is out, but we still have herO, Classic, and Trap. So we're going to keep going until there's only one team standing. True. Beast of the Hill style format. True. King of the Hill, really. King of the Hill style format. Who will be left standing? So I do apologize for misrepresenting what the format was going to be. I was going off the Wikipedia page, but clearly the Wikipedia page was incorrect. The format was a little bit more unique and a little bit more complex. But again, it is time for Terran. And I did see that they just tried to field INnoVation here. Okay. Yeah, INnoVation has joined the party. I believe we have our Terran challenger. We do. Let's go. Okay, so bam, as you can see here, it's going to be Rogue versus INnoVation best of 2. Now remember, we mentioned this earlier when it comes to the format, but usually these are best of 1s, but specifically this series is going to be a best of 2. Why? Because we have fielded a legendary player. Basically a retired player. INnoVation has been retired for many years, so because of that, to be able to provide some kind of handicap here, it does mean that Rogue has to defeat INnoVation 2-0. He has to defeat him 2-0 to knock him out. If INnoVation takes one game, then he actually wins the series and he actually knocks Rogue out. So Rogue, he's expected and he has to 2-0. Let's go. And we just had confirmation as well that INnoVation will not be using a cam. Okay. I need a fun placeholder for the players. I need a need a fun placeholder. Alright, let's go. Let's go. We're jumping into our next series here. We're going to be loading into our next game. Going to be loading into Fear and Faith. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the legendary player himself, the Red Terran. For Team Terran, it is INnoVation. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. Technically leading the series, or again, he is the current king of the hill. It is Rogue. Here we go, and welcome one all to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player small map. You can spawn in top left, top right, bottom right, or bottom left. There are 4 possible spawn locations. A very large map of the map pool, very secure 4-base setup, but to help with scouting, we do have our monorail system. As you can see here, we have these tubes that connect each corner of the map to each other, and also some other sections of the map are also connected by their own monorail system. Bear that in mind. These tubes can only fit workers. Only workers can fit inside. You can't like Ling Rush through the tube system or Zealot Rush or anything like that. Only workers can fit inside to go for some scouting, of course. Technically, you can do some crazy stuff like in ZVZ, like Spine Rush, for example. Send a bunch of workers through the tubing system and set up spine crawlers and go for some kind of crazy all-in ZVZ, or maybe you can use this to cannon rush as Protoss, maybe. But for the most part here, just for scouting, just for keeping eyes on your opponent. We can see that Rogue sends his first drone, his first overlord towards the southern half of the map. Meanwhile, the second overlord towards the top left-hand corner of the map. And welcome to Fear and Faith. We do have horizontal, close by air, close by ground spawns. If we had diagonal spawns, if you had cross spawns, then I would, talk about how we're going to be favoring some more longer gameplay. But here, due to the close spawns, we're expecting shorter games, or at least more aggressive games instead. For now, CC first. CC first out of INnoVation, going CC first into our later racks. CC first is very common on these 4-player spawn maps, just because the likelihood of an all-in coming your way is very low, so often see CC first. Likewise, we do see Rogue going for his own opener hatch gas pool as well. Overlord does confirm INnoVation has not spawned bottom right, and Rogue will soon confirm INnoVation's eventual spawn location, eventually. Meanwhile, important to take note that INnoVation did not SCV scout. It's very common here when you go CC first to, no SCV scout. We are going for the Reaper though, so the Reaper will eventually find Rogue spawn location, eventually. Let's go. And once again, as we mentioned, when it comes to the format here, because INnoVation is a retired player, because of that, Rogue cannot just win the series with one win. Rogue has to 2-0. He has to 2-0 INnoVation. If he fails to 2-0, if we tie 1-1, it's a best of 2. If we tie 1-1, Inno wins. So that is a pretty big advantage that the retired player or the legendary player does have. That legendary status. True. Just because an active pro player is more favored, of course. Is more favored. So, we just needed to win one game. One game, baby. For now, again, we're just opening up. Standard follow-up here, going to a 1-1-1. Oh, okay, so a 1-1-1, delayed third TC, a much more aggressive follow-up here from INnoVation. Meanwhile, Rogue is going for a very fast lair. Got into link speed. I forgot to point this out, but gas mining continued, which is not normal. That is not normal, not standard. This is a 340 lair timing, very fast lair here from Rogue. With this, we'll be able to rush into what? Fast 2-base Muta is what I'm thinking. Technically, this could lead into like a 2-base Link Queen Nidasaur in, or 2-base Roach, or 2-base Hydra, but especially when it comes to these close by air spawn locations, 2-base Muta makes the most sense. Meanwhile, with that 1-1-1, oh, no add-on swap. Okay, I assumed there was going to just be an add-on swap into Banshee play, but no add-on swap. Early stim into Safety Viking to hunt down Overlords and INnoVation. Early stim will help into a delayed third TC. INnoVation still poking in. Now, INnoVation should notice late third. This third base is suspiciously late. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something does not add up. Technically, INnoVation could actually send a worker scout now. Like, a worker scout can actually try to slip into the main base at this stage of the game to get a free scout. Quote-unquote free scout. Overshoot dives into the main base, confirming the delayed TC and the earlier stim and the lack of Banshee. So Rogue does confirm. Behind this, going for his own Bailey Nest. Remember, because we're going 2-base Muta, it means that Evo Chambers are late, so late Evo Chambers, late 1-1. There's a PC cafe down there. The PC bang. Overlord gets hunted down. But again, the lair has not been scattered. Now, INnoVation, because he saw how late the third base was, he should know that this is 2-base lair. So he should have an inkling as to 2-base Muta. He hasn't confirmed, of course, but it should be in the back of his mind. Should be. Viking pokes in, does not scout. Again, still very incomplete information here for INnoVation. And no turrets. There's no blind turrets. Muta production has begun. Rogue is coming. And Rogue is going to come in from behind. Yeah, it comes in from behind. It does hit the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. And INnoVation, he gets caught with his pants down. Does have Marines, but again, no turrets in position. Worker's going to be falling. At the same time, that Liberator popping off. Oh my god, 6 drones go down to the Liberator. Nice counter damage. We're both taking hits. Both taking damage here, but oh, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. 11, 12 SCVs. Oof. 12 SCV kills, he just fights the Marines, no supports, Marines that were overstimmed, and every Marine goes down. Heavy losses for INnoVation. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the third. 14 SCVs and 9 Marines so far. Getting another worker and another, he goes back in. He goes back in, finds more damage. Thankfully doesn't get another worker here, but 15 SCVs, that's in time mineral line, and INnoVation forced lift is third. Forced lift up. He cannot defend, he's spread too thin. Doesn't have the army. Now, what I was going to say here is that because of the buff to the Widowmine, Muta play is now less effective than it once was, but only if we have an equivalent economy. Here, Rogue cripples the economy of his opponent. Rogue, he's now up at 20 workers, 61 drones to 41 SCVs. Mules are good. They're not that good. they're not that good, Fappy. Not good enough to make up for 20 workers. The Lings, they come in from behind. They do hit the mineral line, and INnoVation's all in. At this point, INnoVation's all in. He's losing far too much. Reinforcements getting caught. Oh, forcing some friendly fire. 3 SCV kills. INnoVation moves in. Now the Widowmine still has they still have a lot of potential, but bailing speed is now done. Now we're rolling in. Show some mine shots. Yeah, mine shots, they get baited out. There's still 1 Widowmine shot left. Sorry, 2. 1, and now it's baited out. Yeah, now it's baited out. Bailings, they roll in. Medusa, they engage. Massive connections, and with that, there's no Marines remaining. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he will take a lead in the series, but remember, it's best of 2. It's a best of 2 here, so INnoVation still has another chance. rogue, though, does start things off with a lead. Again, he got away with 2-base Muta. INnoVation, we did take note of the fact that INnoVation did notice that he had a late 3rd expansion, but INnoVation did not confirm why it was late. Was it 2-base Rogue, 2-base Spire, 2-base Hydra? INnoVation did not confirm, and with that, there were no turrets in position, and he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down, Muta's a snowball out of control, GG gets called, and with that, rogue does take a lead in this series, and we'll see if INnoVation can bring it back and bring him down. Remember, it's a best of 2 between INnoVation and rogue, and our next game is going to be on Lockdown. Also, I don't recall if I mentioned it, just because there was a lot going on at the start of the game, explaining the format and explaining what a legendary player implies. But if you noticed, INnoVation does not have a cam available, unfortunately. Does not have a cam available, so that's why there is no webcam showing for INnoVation. If I had enough time and if I was made aware of this earlier, then I could have maybe gotten like a photo image of INnoVation and put that there, but for now, the duck silhouette will do. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Lockdown. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing all Terran out there. It is INnoVation. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Zerg. It is rogue, the current king of the hill, and he does have 1 win under his belt. 1 more game is all he needs to bring down his opponent. Meanwhile, INnoVation, he can still fight back here and now to bring rogue down. Remember, because INnoVation is a legendary player, because he has that legendary status, it means that he has to be 2-0'd. He has to be 2-0'd to be brought down. That is to help even out the fact that INnoVation is a retired player. So, to help even that out. Meanwhile, welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a very secure map on 2 bases. As you can see here, as opposed to the previous map, we do have a ramp coming into the natural, so because of that, trying to break through this position can be very difficult. I mean, we had something similar, of course, on Fear and Faith with a ramp coming into the natural base. So a very secure 2-base setup here. The 3rd base is likewise also on the high ground if we take the linear expansion, but we'll see if INnoVation can get a better idea as to what rogue's build is going to be. Last game, rogue got away with 2-base Muta. This time, I don't expect 2-base Muta 2 games in a row, but we'll see what rogue brings to the table. Okay. So a hatch pool opener, slightly later gas geyser here by rogue. This has become more standard just because it allows you to get faster queens and faster link production to defend against the first Reaper. So it has become more common as the first Reaper is on the way. She's had sneaky timing against the retired. I mean, as we mentioned, like INnoVation, there were signs that something was off. Remember, INnoVation, he scouted the lack of 3rd base, so that was the first sign of INnoVation needing to confirm what was being done on 2 bases. He just failed to confirm that. So that was on INnoVation on lacking to follow up on that scouting. But we'll see if he can pull that off this time. Now the Reaper does break in. Rogue hiding his drone. Reaper into the main base. Oh, Lings are a little bit later here, and 1 drone is going to be forced to morph into a Spore. Does force that Spore. 2nd drone goes down. Nice pick up here by INnoVation. And again, despite that earlier pull here, the Lings, they just now do pop out. Okay, they just now pop. And so far, a nice start from INnoVation. Killing 1 drone. Killing 1 drone, delaying some mining at the natural, and forcing a Spore Crawler as well. Not bad. Not a bad start. Behind this, once again, we see INnoVation going for a 1-1-1 follow-up. Delayed 3rd TC. I will say that when it comes to the meta of TVZ, that we've been seeing 1-1-1 builds a lot more commonly. A lot more commonly to be more aggressive. Again, due to the Larva increase change, it does feel like Protoss and Terran players, they need to be more active in the mid-game to get damage done. 3rd base is now at a standard timing here. You can already compare this to the previous game where the third base hadn't even been thrown down by now. Here it's a little more standard, a little more on time. INnoVation does scout the main base, but again, based on the third base timing, he knows that everything's looking normal. INnoVation does check for gas income. You can see 0 gas income. Also confirming that there's no fast lair. So a very different game compared to last game. Last game, Rogue was staying in gas and he threw down his lair at 340. This time we're already at 410 and we're just now pulling into gas. So much more economic and a much greedier build here by Rogue. Much more standard, I should say. Meanwhile, INnoVation with his 1-1-1 going Hellion and Banshee this time. Remember last game, INnoVation did go Hellion into early Stim, into early Viking production. Ooh, gets caught! Yeah, INnoVation does overextend. Losing 1 Hellion already. Backup Hellion's also getting quite low. At the same time, Reaper back into the main base. It does do some damage. 2 drone kills in total. Reaper, you can see, especially because of the Reaper, like INnoVation is very paranoid, and he's been a little more adamant about the scouting. A little more adamant. There's nothing to scout, but I feel like Rogue is already in the mind of INnoVation. It's already in his head. As the Overlord does poke in. Yeah, it does poke in, does confirm the 3-1-1 follow-up here. Again, still no third CC. So a very late third expansion here for INnoVation. Very committed on 2 bases. Rogue, upon confirming this, should be aware to play a little bit safer and maybe cut workers at 3 base saturation, at like 63 workers, I would imagine at most. We'll see if we join up to 72. Gas is not being taken. Lair is on the way. Safety Roach one. Okay, never mind. We're going for Safety Roaches. That is a very safe and secure way to play the mid-game. It's of course a little more robust compared to Ling Bane. Ling Bane is a little more fragile and is a little more, can be a little more vulnerable as a result of that. So we're getting into roaches. Meanwhile, double Banshee towards the natural. Spores are ready. Despite that 2 Banshees, they can watch your drones. They get 1. 1 drone kill so far. Rotating towards that main. Does try to rotate in. And Roach production has begun. So we mentioned earlier that we expected Roach to cut workers at 63. He does cut workers at 63, but he's going to lose 2 more drones, so down to 61. But that is a lot of Roaches amassing. We should be seeing a 4th base. There we go, just for Larva. And Rogue is just ensuring that he has an army to keep up with the potential 2 base all-in from INnoVation. You don't want to overdrone. So again, the Roaches are amassing. You can see Rogue checking for the 3rd. A massive bio army here is building up. The other sign here of an all-in is the fact that there's only 1 eBay. Only 1 eBay, only +1, there's no +2, so only attack upgrades. This build here is very trimmed down to what INnoVation needs most. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes INnoVation, it's all or nothing. I believe no Ravagers, sorry, 2. There's 2 Ravagers currently. As INnoVation is looking to find a way in. Got spotted by the Changeling. Rogue should be keeping up. Oh, Changeling gets shut down. INnoVation rotating towards the 3rd. At the same time, Rogue does try to catch reinforcements. He barely will miss them. Gets a 1 Marine. Does get a handful of Marines. Just the 1. INnoVation gaining ground. And how many Ravagers so far? 3, soon to be 6. Yeah, soon to be 6 Ravagers. Does similar to creep. We need more Roaches. 1 Queen goes down. No chance to use. Better concave here for Rogue. Yeah, better concave. He wants that tank. Show us the biles. He gets 1. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. Brutal biles. And there's just not enough bio. Not enough bio here. And again, Rogue completely shuts us down. Again, he was playing so safe. As we mentioned, he cut workers at around 63. 3 base under 3 base saturation. 4th base only for Larva. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Rogue will take down INnoVation 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he will claim the game. He will claim the series. He'll take down INnoVation here, and again, Looking satisfied, Bappy. GG, well played. Again, Rogue, he had scouted the all-in ahead of time, if you remember. With the Overseer, he got into the main base, he confirmed the 3-1-1 setup, he confirmed the lack of third TC, and he also, afterwards, was checking the third base location, confirmed no third base whatsoever, so he had enough information to confirm the 2-base all-in. He played it safe, he did not join his fourth base, he didn't even fully saturate his third, he cut workers earlier and fixated on roach production, and as you can see, playing roaches is just a very safe way to play the mid-game, especially if you spot an all-in. Playing Ling Bane in that position is much more difficult because one wrong move and you will lose massive chunks of Ling Bane, and without enough of it, you will be overwhelmed. So it's a very safe play there by Rogue. GG, well played. He will take down INnoVation 2-0, and with that, Rogue continues to be the king of the hill. He's still the king of the hill here, and now it is time for Protoss. Okay, so remember, for Protoss, Zoun is out. Zoun, he got knocked out earlier. Who do we have left? herO and Classic. We got two Protoss players remaining. Now, to be fair, herO and Classic, they are the two best Protoss players in the world. They're the best Protoss players in the world. The question becomes, though, who do we send out first, right? Like, I would say that herO is the #1 Protoss player in the world. Like, do we want to save him for later? Do we want to use him early? What is the plan? So far, I would say that the other teams have held on to their ace players, right? Like, Terran, they're still holding on to Maru. Maru's still in the back line. herO is still being held up and still in the back line. When it comes to Zerg players, they still have Shin and Solar, who I would currently say have been having better performances than Rogue. And better placements, of course, in tournaments. You know, Shin, of course, coming in second place in GSL Season 1. Rogue, to be fair, did hit top 4 in GSL Season 2. But we have our answer. Okay, it is going to be our legendary Protoss. Okay. Here we go. So it is going to be Rogue versus Trap. So just like with INnoVation, Trap does have quote-unquote 2 lives. It means that Rogue does have to bring down Trap at 2-0 to knock him out. And just making sure that this time we have... Trap, unlike INnoVation, does have a camera. So do need a moment. Un momento. Beautiful. Okay. So we have our next match. We have our ZVP. Again, it is going to be another best of 2. Trap, of course, he did also return for Doyo Cup. And we'll see if Trap can succeed where Zoun failed. Remember, Zoun, he was the other Protoss representative that was taken out earlier. But now, Team Protoss, they've fielded their legendary player. Vámonos. As our next game is going to be on the Old Sun Temple. Players just being made aware this is a best of 2. Alright, we're just getting our players ready here, setting up our cameras as well as we get into the Old Sun Temple, another 4-player spawn map. Here we go. Again, we did already experience Rogue earlier in ZVP, but that was on Blackrock, a very different kind of map, a much more aggressive map, a map that favors aggression. Here, very different. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Protoss. It is a Trap. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the current king of the hill, taking down a plethora of players already here. It is Rogue. The sexy boy himself. True. Let's go. As we're getting to our PvZ here, welcome to the Old Sun Temple. You can spawn in 4 different spawn locations: top right, bottom left, and top left as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. And we once again, just like on Fear and Faith, we have close spawns. Close spawns here, as we do have our horizontal spawns on the top side. This does mean close by ground, and more importantly, close by air. This was important in the INnoVation series because it meant that Rogue was able to go for 2-base meter and rush across the map very quickly. I would say that once again, 2-base meter is another viable option, or at least meter play is a viable option, a tech path available here to Rogue in this matchup as well. If you remember, we did see Spire and meter play against Zoun earlier, but if you recall, the Spire was scouted by the Oracles, Zoun was ready for the mutas, and the mutas weren't really the deciding factor in that game, but you could argue they played their role because they did force, I would say, an overreaction from Zoun into Phoenixes. Did force an overreaction. Did force a big commitment. From here, it is going to be a Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Trap does find Rogue immediately, and likewise, Rogue will find Trap immediately as well with the Overlord Scout. As the Overlord will find Trap. Trap being as annoying as possible. Tasing away in the mineral line. And we'll see how Trap will try to keep up and try to respond to Rogue, bearing in mind that Zoun, he did play very standard, going for a Stargate opener into a 3rd base into +1 Unblink Stalkers. And then, of course, he had to react to the Spire, and we saw how the game did unfold from there. I will say that this map typically is much more defensive, but it also depends on spawn locations. We do have a high ground 3rd location, we have a low ground 3rd location as well, but here, as you can see, there's only one attack path, right? The flanking attack path here is sealed off by rocks and by mineral patches, so I would say that this is an easier to defend on map. You can build up on 4 bases much easier here. The one downside, though, is the distance. The distance between the 3rd base locations is quite long, so trying to rotate can be quite difficult. You do have to rely on side defense and splitting up your own army. And likewise, because of the short rush distance by ground, it does mean you have less time to react and respond to your opponent's rotations. So there is that factor as well. I think I want to say that this map is, and this position is much more defendable compared to Blackrock, but there's still, of course, a lot of aggressive factors at play. The bases are more secure, but shorter rush distance, right? Shorter distance, less time to react, less time to respond. It is going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay, so Trap already mixing things up here. Does go for the Void Ray, not the Oracle. With this, we can hunt down Overlords, and we can hide our tech. That's typically the purpose here of opening a Void Ray, is you're able to hide what you do next, whether you go into a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, or an earlier Twilight Council. Stab in the Tumor. Trap, he does shade away. And does pull back, does shade away. Rogue setting up a link counterattack. Hello. Are we going for a Ninja 3rd? What's the... I mean, okay, so a couple things are going on here. First things first, remember, Void Ray. Void Ray is out, it kills the Overlord, supply blocking Rogue for a moment here as well. I was curious if Trap was going to try to fake 2-base play and then go for a Ninja expansion as well, but Trap is going for a very real expansion, so never mind. 3rd base is being taken. He's not being that cheeky. My eyes are still in this worker, though. They're still in that probe. It was Void Ray into Oracle, so delayed Oracle into the bases, but the Queen is keeping up. Spore is also in position. Early Twilight Council follow-up. So early Council. We'll see if this leads into a delayed Forge or into Glaive Adepts. If we go into Glaives, this proxy probe, this potential proxy pylon may come into play. Hard to say. As the Oracle does check the main base, lair is now in production, standard or more standard lair timing. And I see a gateway explosion. I don't see a Forge. Show us the Glaives. Twilight Council's done. Oh, not Glaives. It is going to be the 3rd option. Not Blink, not Glaives. Charge. We're going for charge. Again, delayed Forge, delayed +1, but we're going to be hitting with a Templar Archives as well. Okay, and again, with this Gateway Explosion, it's going to hit quite hard. And we'll see how Rogue builds up. Now remember, Rogue, I believe, did skip his Roach Warren. Yeah, there's no Roach Warren currently. Likewise, there's no Baneliness. This is purely Ling Queen. It's looking like Ling Queen, either Ling Queen into Hydra Tech or Ling Queen into Mutaplay. But regardless, it's quite greedy. Without Banelings and Roaches, it's going to be quite a difficult defense. And it's going to be difficult. Lings they pick in, they get one. Not even. Yeah, nice defense here from Trap. He does shut down the Lings. Lair is now done. It is going to be Ling Queen Hydra. So again, without Banelings, without Roaches, it's going to be a tough hold. Rogue is being greedy right now. He's being greedy. He's going to have a very fragile composition. Very fragile. We might still see a Baneling Nest after this. It might just be delayed. But I feel like Baneling is going to be quite necessary here to defend. To be fair, Rogue doesn't really know what's going on. If Rogue was playing against Ling Stalkers, he'd be fine, right? Ling Hydra is perfectly fine against Stalkers. Charge is finishing up. Hydra production is underway. The Lings, they now confirm he knows. Yeah, now he sees the Zealots, he sees the Archons, he's now fully aware of the composition. Trap is moving out. Proxy pylon across the map for the fast warp ins. And again, we'll see if Rogue can hold on. Rogue is buying time, distracting the army. Warp ins are happening. It's only 2 Archons. Again, this army's very exposed. Cells they come in to reinforce, and does Trap have enough? How many Hydras do we have? 13! That's a lot of Hydras. Yeah, 13 Hydras and a Wall of Queens. There's just not enough power here. There's not enough gateway units. Yeah, not enough for Trap. Archon gets locked down. Guess what? Gets 2! No! Gets both Archons. That was the backbone of the army. Yeah, Archons, they get sniped, and without the Archons, there's just no... There's no backbone here. Just Zealots. And the Mass Hydra is going to be enough. Is going to be enough. Trappy's trapped. No. He's cornered. He will recall 3 Zealots. 3 Zealots get away. Storm is in production. I assumed that we were going to be hitting with Storm, right? With Storm, with Zealots, with Archons. Instead, we went for a much earlier timing, but it felt like it was too early, to be honest. I felt like it was a little bit too early. There just wasn't enough meat to the army itself. And likewise, Rogue, just like last game, doesn't drone up the 4th. No drones at the 4th base. Cutting workers at 63. 63 drones. Bam! Massling Hydra. Basically going for his own 3-base all-in. Why do we say that? No EVA chamber. No EVA chamber, no upgrades, no drones, no saturation. Just 3-base play at a Rogue. Breaks across the map, shuts down the aggression. And Rogue, he has broken that natural base. We have Zealots coming from behind. Storm is still not yet done. Just now finishing. Yeah, Storm is done. But it's too late, Pappy. It's too late. The damage has been done. 21 drone kills. Or probe kills even. And the High Templar, they go down. GG gets called. And Rogue, he snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1 versus Trap. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue looking very cool, calm, and collected here after that game. Like, yes, I just cut workers at 63, built up my Ling Hydra, and just sent it across the map. GG, well played. Again, Trap, he was, I would imagine, hoping that maybe Rogue was being greedier. I would imagine he was hoping that Rogue was droning up a little bit harder, cutting more corners, being greedier. That, of course, was not the case. Rogue, he was cutting workers early, committing into mass army. And again, it was very similar to what happened with INnoVation. When INnoVation went for a big 2-base all-in and Rogue cut workers and just went mass Roach. Here, Rogue cut workers, went mass Ling Hydra, and he shut down the aggression, the attempted aggression from Trap. And now it's on Trap. The pressure's on to recover, to bounce back. Remember, this is the best of 2. Best of 2 between Rogue and Trap. Trap still has one more chance to bring down Rogue. Otherwise, Rogue, he's putting the work in for his team, for sure. Putting in a lot of work for Team Zerg. Yo, Armani, he's like, yo, I came back after a couple of years of retirement. Do I even have to play? Like, do I? Oh, no. Armani still lying in wait. To Shin and Solar, I'm sure they're content just observing. I believe Shin is casting over on his soup channel. Everyone soup. I believe Shin is casting. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rainfall, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss himself, the returning legend. It is Trap. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the current king of the hill. It is Rogue. Feels weird to say the Zerg player repping Team Zerg, like it's... But yes, the current king of the hill, he's taken down Zoun, he's taken down INnoVation, and now he's taking down Trap. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? Again, Trap, he does come in with his scouts. Welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a very small map of the map pool. Small map, short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored, and we have seen nothing but aggression so far over the past couple of games. But remember, we had close spawns on Fear and Faith. That led into aggression there. We had close spawns on the Old Sun Temple as well, led into more aggression. Now we do see Rainfall, very small map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Trap, he will force the unnatural natural out of Rogue, expanding at the third location. So we'll disrupt the build a little bit here. Will be a bit of an annoyance. Again, at this point, Zerg players are used to expanding at their third location instead. And we'll see how Trap will approach game number 2. At this point, especially because Rogue, he's known for being very mid-game heavy and very aggressive, and we've seen more and more of that throughout the course of today's broadcast, it might be wise to go for a safer, more defensive build, but it's hard to really say that with certainty, of course. If allowed to, Rogue will drone, right? We saw that on Blackrock, right? Rogue, he droned up to, was it 92? Like 92 workers on Blackrock against Zoun? If he's allowed to, he will. And again, this is a small map, so eyes are on Trap. We're expecting another early Twilight Council. Last game was early Council into charge. This game, do we see another early Council, and where does it take us? So far, just our standard opener. Gonna be settling in to Rainfall. I have kind of been a little bit more vague about the map itself, but again, welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall does favor hyper aggression. Small map of the map pool, short rush distance by ground. Unlike some of the other maps, there's no ramp, there's no high ground advantage at the natural. Likewise, there's no actual high ground leading in across the map either. It's just like one straight path from natural to natural, all in the same plane of elevation. More importantly, the third base options, whether it's your triangular third base or your linear third base, they're both on the low ground. So both low ground expansions. What does that mean? That means that if an all-in does come from across the map and does wedge itself in between the bases, you do have the aggressing player has the advantage of being on the high ground and splitting apart your bases themselves. It means that as a defending player, if you have units here on the third base location, you have to push up a ramp into a concave into your opponent's army. So this position on the high ground is just very strong, very powerful. We've seen many an all-in take control and take advantage of this high ground position. So that is something to bear in mind. As Trap does get his second gate. Getting ready for his third. Lings are in position and will delay. Not bad. Probe goes down. Delay on the third base. It was a Stargate opener into Oracle. So standard opener so far as the adepts are actually shaded across the map. Oh my god, they get into the main. They get into the main base, catching out one drone so far. I mean, nice chaos being ensued here in the main. Yeah, chaos has ensued. 4 drones going down. Do we get 5? We do. 5 drone kills. Nice damage by Trap. Very nice damage. 5 drones go down. Trap may have had a delay at his third base location, but he does kill 5 drones. That is worth it for Trap. It's worth it. As we are going to be opening up Triple Oracle. We're still waiting for the Twilight Council at this point. We're still waiting for the Council. Rogue was forced to make all these Lings. Trying to make use of them. Early Eva Chamber that sells us most likely +1 melee into Ling Hydra. So early Eva Chamber, early +1 melee. Has things that tend to break in, and so far Trap is keeping up. And Trap, he's not going for early tech. Look at this, the third base is almost done, and we're still staying on just the Stargate. building on more workers. Now we have the Twilight Council and the Forge, standard timing into what looks to be +1 and Blink. Okay. So much more standard setup here by Trap. The Oracles, they get across the map. They get 1 drone kill so far. 1, 2, 3 drones. Oh, but the Oracle does take a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Recalls back home. And we still managed to get a couple of extra workers. 5 in total. Some of the Oracles are very low, but they will be able to come back home to defend. Yeah, they race back home. Wings, they poke in. They pull away. They do catch a couple of Adepts. It's 1. Ah, not even. Adepts, they shade away. So far again, Trap, he's able to maintain his position, shading across the map, defending his third base, getting it behind the mineral line or behind the base, reducing service area. The Oracle does support as well, and again, Trap, he's trading well for himself. He's trading as best he can. Pulls back to the Oracles. And the aggression is now subsiding. From here, we did mention +1 melee earlier. This typically leads into +1 melee, links into Hydra Tech, but looks like we're going for a safety Roach Warren just in case. Meanwhile, we can see Trap just building up his third base. Again, +1, Blink on the way, now into the Templar Archives, into Gases, into Storm. A very standard setup here, but it does take a little bit longer to really get online. No safety battery. Uh-oh. Yeah, no battery. Blink is not yet done. 3 Stalkers are going to get surrounded. Ay, catching a 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. Oracles are racing back home to defend. Oracles out of position. And Stalkers are going down. Some heavy losses here for Trap. Losing gas-intensive units here for Lings. So much better trade for Rogue. Behind this, I was curious. I was a little bit confused as to why there was a Roach Warren. Now it makes sense. Safety Roach Warren because we're going into Mutas. Going to Spire. If this was for Hydras, the Roach Warren wouldn't really make much sense because the ground army would be robust enough. But here it's a safety Roach Warren. In case Trap committed to a move out. Gateway goes down, Lings are putting in, still no battery! Still no battery at the natural base, and more Stalkers are going down. Ay. The Lings are breaking through. They're breaking through to the bases. The Oracles, once again, they race back home to defend. Once again, out of position. The Archon does defend the third, but the natural base is falling. We're losing workers, causing more chaos, forcing Trap back home. And the scariest thing about what's happening here is this is all distraction. It's all just a big distraction that's getting damage. While the Spire is now done. Unscouted. Trap, he's being pressured to counterattack. Oh, good. He'll have 1 Archon, 3 Stalkers. It's not much of an army, to be honest. No. Oof, catching another Stalker. Lings, they keep Trap back at home. They keep him busy. Yeah, Trap has been kept busy. We do see some safety Roaches on the way. Basically, Rogue, he saw this army, and this is scaring him. It is giving Rogue some cause for concern, so he does make a couple of Roaches. This will delay Muta production. Oh, wait, no, my apologies. When Muta's first. My apologies. When Muta's first. Roaches are building up in case there's a counterattack. And it's going to be 9. 9 Roaches are out. They won't find too much damage yet, but they're at least containing Trap. Trap is contained. Phoenix production has now begun. We're throwing down a wall of cannons, shield batteries. Trap is turtling up on 3 bases. And this means that Rogue can drone up to what? 80. 80 drones now for Rogue. Ay. Here's they find a pylon. Now what's important here is that how many mutas are there? Only 9. Like, this is not a big investment into mutas. This is forcing a reaction. It's forcing Trap to be contained while Rogue does fixate on his ground army instead. He's not going mass muta. Just enough to harass. Dipping into the bases. Stage Rush being thrown down. Trap trying to secure a 4th. Meanwhile, Rogue is maxed. That's crazy. No bathing speed. We got the slow banes coming in. We got slow banes, but hey, there's no storm. Yeah, there's no storm. Massive stasis traps. Catching out the Lings. Bailey's they turn away the army. Mutas they collapse on the oracles. Yeah, some of the oracles go down. The base is denied. That's all that Rogue really wanted, but he's going to get more than that. And he's going to keep going, catching out the second oracle. Yeah, second oracle goes down. A bit of friendly fire. It's fine. Yeah, it's still fine here. The Immortal gets caught out. Bailey's they smash into Zealots. Biles they turn away the Stalkers. And even if Rogue doesn't kill here, and I don't think he will, looks like with his reinforcements trap he will hold on, but Rogue he can still reinforce. He can still reinforce, he still has a better economy. This is still a better trade for Rogue. As Rogue has 10 more roaches on the way, 14 even. And again, Trappy is down 20 workers. He's just being outscaled. And this is the issue with playing Standard. We kind of emphasized it earlier in the previous series about how in ZVP we've been seeing a lot more aggression out of Protoss because we need to be. We need to be more aggressive. When it comes to trying to play Standard and going into like standard blink timings and later +1 timings as well, you just give up so much momentum and so much map control. And with that, Rogue was freely able to run up to 80. Freely built up. With that, 12 workers going to be going down. Oh no, the Bailings! Oh my god, the probes, they come back too soon. 26 probes fall. Rogue, he will overwhelm the army, he will overwhelm the bases. And with that trap, he cannot keep up. Not like this. GG gets called, and Rogue will take down Trap 2-0, knocking down Trap and knocking him out of the tournament. GG. GG well played, knocking him out of the King of the Hill. GG well played. Rogue will take him down 2-0. Oh, he's gone. Oh my god. But GG well played, Rogue. Yeah, knock at the door. Had to get his Uber Eats. And with that, GG well played, Rogue will take down Trap. Trap is now out, and now it's going to be the Terran's turn. It's going to be up to Terran here to bring down Rogue. Who do we have left? Well, we've only spent, we sent ByuN and INnoVation. ByuN and INnoVation are out. So we have 2 Terrans left, Cure and Maru. Only 2 Terrans remaining here. Who's up next? Now, once again, the idea of trying to save Maru makes sense, but at the same time, do you want to be that desperate to be the point where you only have Maru left? Does Cure feel comfortable? Does he feel confident against Rogue? A lot of it also depends on the map. True. Also does depend. But regardless, up next will be a best of 1, not a best of 2. So it's going to be a best of 1. And can anyone stop Zerg? Can... Oh, no. Oh, we have the answer here. It is not going to be Cure. Up next, Maru. Maru, he's stepping into the ring here. We are sending out our ace player. Will be Rogue versus Maru. Let's go. The big guns are coming out. Are they big enough though? As we do need a moment to set up our cameras. So when it comes to how our teams are settling so far, Zerg still have their entire roster. Rogue, he's still only the first Zerg player to be fielded. Meanwhile, for Terran, we've lost ByuN, we've lost INnoVation. We have Cure and Maru left, so we have 2 players left for Terran. For Protoss, same thing. Protoss, they've lost Zoun, they've lost Trap. Protoss have herO and Classic left. So Terran and Protoss, they still have 2 players left each. Meanwhile, Zerg still have their entire roster. Now that Maru's been fielded though, this is where we expect Maru to go on a tear and to start to get some points and start to get some wins on the board here for Terran. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can, of course. As again, Zerg matchups have been in flux in this most recent patches even. And it has been more of a struggle for Protoss and Terran, but we'll see. Here we go. As we do have our... Beautiful. As we do have our cameras. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So again, our players are getting ready. RoKy's back. RoKy has returned. Likewise, Maru. He's warming up his fingers. Warming up his hands. He's ready here to put in the work. To carry his team. We'll see if he can. See if he can carry. Oh, there's some banter going on in the chat right now. In the player chats. Oh, Maru's saying that Rogue is gonna all kill. Maru's like, yo, Rogue, no one can stop him, mate. No one can stop Zerg. Ah, no. Again, bearing in mind that Rogue and Maru, they're both good friends, both ex-Jin Air players, of course. True, true. Ex-Jin Air. They're bantering about how messy Maru's room is. Rogue is saying that he'll help Maru clean up his room tomorrow. After the matches. After he wins, baby. Help him clean his room. Oh no. Yeah, they're just bantering with each other, but here we go. We're getting into our fresh series here. Remember, this is a best of one. Best of one between Maru and Rogue in our ZVT. We're gonna be loaded. Oh my god. Okay, okay, no, I do like this. Whoa, 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 hold on. My apologies. I got ahead of myself. This is not a best of one. Oh, is Rogue the captain? So, I mentioned earlier that when it comes to legendary players, it is best of twos for legendary players. I believe if the captains face each other, it's best of threes. I wasn't sure who the Zerg captain was. I knew that Maru was the Terran captain, but I believe Rogue is the Zerg captain, which means this is going to be a best of three, not a best of one. Okay, we got some extra games. Let's go. Again, it's a very complicated format. There's a lot of exceptions, a lot of exceptions to certain rules, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rorschach, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Onside, and also Team Terran. It is Maru, the captain himself. Bam. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. Representing Team Zerg, it is Rogue, the current king of the hill. Oh my god, there's someone behind the curtain. Ay, ay, ay. Be careful, Rogue, be careful. It's moving. But here we go. We're going to be loading into Rorschach. Rorschach, of course, is a very small map of the map pool. Small map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air. Now, typically, these smaller maps do favor Terran. Typically, Terran aggression kind of very, very hard on these small maps. Rogue does open up with a much earlier spawning pool, by the way. Much earlier pull out of Rogue. Most likely to move out across the map to disrupt the initial CC timing, I would imagine. So, cheekier build here by Rogue. Meanwhile, when it comes to the map itself, small rush distance by short rush distance by ground, by air. Likewise, we have a healing pad in the center as well. This can also be used to help and to support aggression and pushes and all-ins. Another factor, of course. Do you have that healing pad? Maru going Rax expands. Meanwhile, Rogue with the earlier pool timing. We do have our Queen production underway and a couple of Lings as well. Bangs are on the way. We'll see if Rogue moves out or he just stays at home to defend and just takes a bit of a safer approach here. The answer is yes, he's going to be a little bit safer. So Lings, they just stay back. Queen as well. So Rogue is taking the Reaper control very, very seriously here for Maru. Very seriously. But also short rush distance background as well. So is a little bit more fearful about this Reaper. Does get early Queens and early Lings to defend. And with that, so this Reaper should not get much done. I say shouldn't get much done. I mean, did force a disrupted build. A delayed economy. And we do have a very fast second Rax behind this. Okay, going for a 2-on-1. Yeah, so a 2-on-1 follow-up here. So basically, what is that? 2 Raxes, one factory, 1 starport. We're going for an early sim timing. We're going for additional Marines. And this typically hits with a 2 medevacs. Oh. 2 medevacs and 16 Marines. That's typically what we should be seeing ourselves build up into. As again, with the later factory, we're not going to have any Hellion support. Usually the factory is just made for a reactor and to add-on swap into reactor and medevac production. Typically. There are definitely some like Hellbat 2-on-1 variations, or of course 3 CC 2-on-1s, but I believe that's not what we're seeing here. I believe this is just a straight up 2-on-1 instead. Meanwhile, we actually stayed in gas. My apologies. Once again, I did forget to point that out, so I didn't quite notice it myself. But Rogue, he stays in gas, a very fast lair. The Reaper Scouts, yeah, massive scout for Rogue, sorry, for Maru. He does confirm the faster lair. Additional gas income. Second gas crash is on the way. This screams 2-base Muta. No shot, we're going 2-base Muta here on Rorschach. It feels far too greedy. Especially against a 2-on-1. I mean, Rogue doesn't, he's not aware of the 2-on-1 to be fair, but still. Very ambitious. Here we go, all 4 gases are being taken. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Maru hits... I believe this 2-on-1 timing hits before mutas are available. And we have seen players insta-GG on these small maps before. Like, against this... if they're going 2-base muta. Like, infamously, I'm thinking of, like, Miyamika. We've seen him go, like, 2-base muta or 2-base Hydra just be shut down. Reaper does fall, despite the heals. Yeah, 2-base muta out of Rogue. He's crazy. Like, again, Stim is almost done. Stim is almost done. Medevacs are on the way. This will hit first. Rogue, he now sees the Marine production. He now knows that there are no Hellions. Now Rogue knows what's going on. Baliness is on the way. It's going to be a tough hold. I'll be very impressed if Rogue can survive this. Like, no shot. Again, the Spire is halfway done. There's going to be slow Banes to defend. Here comes the move outs. The wall is solid. 17 Marines. I guess 15 here with the drop. Boosting into the main. Yeah, it does boost in. We have the Ling Bane here at the natural base. Drop into the main. Off of creep. Oh, does force a pick up though. Rogue is keeping up. 5 Banelings on the way. If Rogue can survive this and survive long enough for Muta play, then Rogue, he can throw out of control himself. Oh my god. Yeah, collapsing on the Bio Army. And Rogue, he's holding. No shot, he's holding on. We have 6 Mutas on the way as well. Once again, like pre-patch, like pre-PTR, I would say that this would usually just break and kill the Zerg. We do have a reinforcing medevac on the way. But with the increased lava, with the increased Ling Bane, Rogue is holding on. Oh. Do you have a Widow Mine? Widow Mines have arrived again. There's a lot of pressure on Maru. He needs to do more damage. Rogue coming in for this round. Mine shot on the Banelings. Banes do fall. Ah, but so many Marines go down. So many Marines go down with that force to pick up. Maru trying to maintain this position. At the same time, behind this, remember, a delayed or non-existent third CC. No third base, no further economy. Maru, he's basically 2-base all in. I say he is 2-base all in. He's getting into a 5-rack setup. Yeah, 5-rack setup. This is a different variation, of course, the 2-base all-in compared to INnoVation. This does have a lot more momentum, a lot more like aggression to it. It is of a higher pace. But the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Rogue. As Bailing's speed is now done, we have 20 more Lings on the way. And I feel like Maru's heavily reliant on these Widow Mines. These Widow Mines have a lot of potential. A lot of potential. Units are coming from behind. We're going to knock down the front door. We're going for the base raid. Yeah, Rogue is going to strike that natural. At the same time, Maru, he rushes across the map. Bailing's going to roll in. There's 2 Widow Mines here at the natural. Down to 1. Yeah, down to 1 mine, gets baited out, so the mineral line does fall. Maru, he will lose everything at the natural base. At the same time, Maru, he commits in, but there are Bailings back at home. Nice splits. Very nice spread. Solid spread here by Maru. Boys are being pulled, trying to buy time for the Bailings. Ooh, mine shots going off. And the Bailings, they will not finish. Yeah, they will not finish here. Very nice target firing. Maru, he breaks into the natural base. At the same time, Rogue is inside the main, trying to get the production. But I believe, ooh, he does take a Bailing to the face. The Bailing connects. Yeah, Bailing's connecting. It's still going to be quite close. Every SCV goes down there. Yeah, every SCV falls. Maru, he'll lose control of his own main. At the same time, Rogue is still mining. He's still mining, he's still producing. Still trying to mass up more units. I say that doesn't really have much to work with here. Yeah, just the boys. Does have some Bailings though. Oh no! Oh my god. Does force to pick up, and GG. GG gets called. The counterattack, the base trade fails, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. This is the first time that I'm seeing a 2-on-1 up against 2-base Muta on the new patch. And again, I would say with a little bit more confidence here that in the previous patch, like pre-PTR, this should be a lot more stronger for the Terran player to punish 2-base Muta, to punish, especially on a small map as well. But here we had increased Ling Bane, increased army here for Rogue. Rogue, he was able to get away with 2-base Muta against the 2-on-1, even against the 2-on-1 into the 5 racks, 2-base all in. And Rogue, he was able to counterattack, able to base trade, able to shut Maru down. And with that, Rogue, he will take a lead in the series. Oh, that game doesn't bode well. That does not bode well here, as again, I feel like Maru, he was set up to punish Rogue, failed to punish, and oh boy, now we're getting to game number 2. We're jumping to Sanctuary 3. Let's go. As I mentioned before, I wasn't certain as to who the captain was for Team Zerg, but it looks like it is Rogue. So because it is captain versus captain, it's the best of 3. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran, with Red Terran himself. Down in the series, can he bounce back and make a series out of this? The pressure is on. For onside for Terran, it is Maru. Make sure the smudge doesn't get to him. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Here we go. Again, at the start of the series, Maru, he was not feeling too confident. He was like, yo, Rogue is gonna just all kill everyone. He's gonna Rogue making fun of Maru's messy room. Telling he'll help him clean tomorrow, Pappy. Help him clean up. As we're going to be opening up in the low ground. Looks like 2x Reaper. Looks like 2x Reaper here out of Maru, going for a first and soon to be second racks to fully wall off. Welcome to Sanctuary 3. We do have a ramp coming into the natural, so a much more secure 2-base setup. That's why it is much more viable to open up 2 racks like this. So second racks is going to be on the way. Rogue back at home, just going hatch first. Hatch first this time out of Rogue, not pool first. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? No gases. Without gases here, this might not be 2x Reaper. This might be the Juanito build. This might be 2x... So I say Juanito. I guess the future build, really. But 2x Marine into a much stronger stim timing. So there are some pros and there are some cons to this build. First things first here. Again, Marine production. Ideally, you want to catch the first Overlord. So this Overlord here, ideally you want to try to catch it out before it can get to a pillar. So you can kill the first Overlord, then again you can start Marine production very early on into Stim, into Reactive Marine, into heavy Bio Army on 2 bases. The downside of this build, of course, is you have no Reaper, so 0 scouting. As you can see here, Maru, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. So Maru, he will have no idea as to what's going on. Likewise, no Reaper scout, no SCV scout. There won't be any Hellion follow-up either. So you're sacrificing a lot of scouting information in favor of extra Marines. High risk, high reward. The reward is, of course, you will have a stronger Stim timing because you have earlier Marine production. Downside is you don't really know what you're up against. As the first Overlord goes down, Marines, they can try to apply some pressure to the 3rd base location. We'll see if Maru commits completely across the map, or just stays in the tall grass. And Maru, he's sharking around, rallying. Okay, he's going to be rallying across. There's that CC on location. Behind this, we do see our Queens on the way, Link Speed, staying on 2 bases, delayed 3rd base here by Rogue, I'm sure because he's aware of the aggression, the threat here of Maru. Maru's going for not a 2-1-1, he's going for a 3-1-1. Technically, this can lead into a 4-Rax 2-base all-in, with a 4th Rax as well. So, eyes on Maru, regardless, hyper-aggression, more so than last game. Nice snap on the Tumor. There is that Tech Lab for Stim. And again, we'll see if Maru goes for a 4th Rax or for a Factory. That's what I'm curious about. Here we go. Team Liquid says Shin is the captain. Yeah, I think that might be incorrect. There's a lot of, I would say the Wikipedia page on TL is very incomplete. Again, as I mentioned before, like the format was incorrect on Wikipedia. So take what you see on Wikipedia with a grain of salt. With a big pinch of salt even. With a again, we are just building up a Bio Army, Stim, Combat Shields. Likewise, behind this is going to be an early Eva Chamber out of Rogue. This is the correct thing to do against 2-on-1s, is early Carapace. Again, Carapace is the most important upgrade against heavy Marine compositions. The reasoning for this is because the attack rate is so high for the Marines. This every attack, of course, is going to be impacted by the armor upgrade. On top of that, because Zerg armies are very melee based, it's Ling Bane, so you do need as much armor as possible to close that distance, close that gap, and to get on top of the Bio Army. So that's why Carapace is prioritized more often than +1 melee, in ZVT specifically. Not the case against Protoss. But here we go, Stim is done. Stim is now done, Combat Shields as well. It's all finishing up. Maru's pushing, and he's going for a bit of a ByuN timing. What does that mean? He's pushing pre-medevac. Pre-medevac here, it means that there's no support, and it means that every Stim hurts. So you have to make every Stim count, because there's no support, there's no healing for this army. So you cannot waste your Stims. We're gonna count them. There's the first Stim. Yeah, Dustin first. Catching at 2 tumors. Only 2 tumors. Yeah, only 2 tumors here, so doesn't really get much done with the first Stim. You can see it does hurt the entire army. Maru pulls away, and Rogue is holding. Yeah, Rogue is holding. +1 Carapace will finish. Balin S is going to be on the way. Now, I will say that at least Maru doesn't lose anything, right? He has to back off, he has to retreat. It looks like he's waiting for his second timing, which is going to be with medevacs. So, waiting for the medevacs. Maru does race back home. Now, what this push from Maru did accomplish is that it forced out a massive reaction. Rogue has not drawn his third. His third base is very undersaturated here, whereas Rogue could have been a little bit greedier and gotten up to 2.5 base saturation, drawn up a little bit further. And you can see, now Rogue is droning after he was forced to make all these Zerglings. So, Maru, he was forcing some inefficiencies out of Rogue. Forcing inefficiencies. Alright, now moving out. Simming across the map. Catching out a couple of tumors once again. And a queen. Oh my god, clutch transfuse. Very clutch transfuse. Queen does survive. rogue catching reinforcements. Oh, catching up 4 Marines. Every Marine counts. Remember, behind this, no third CC. There is no third CC. Once again, a different variation of 2-base all-in. Rallying across the map, we do have tank reinforcements, and instead of Medivacs, Liberators on the way. Again, as much damage as possible, as much DPS. So we're going to have 4 Medivacs and 2 more Libs. Second tank has arrived. There's a lot of damage potential here for Maru. And we get spotted. Rogue setting up for a flank, but bailing speed is not going to factor in. Yeah, bailing speed is nowhere near being done. Tanks stay set up on the high grounds. Rogue has to take this slow. Ooh, too premature. Yeah, Rogue is being premature here. We cannot collapse in yet. He's now going for it. Yeah, now he's going for it. Collapsing on the Marines, getting on top of the tanks, trying to, but once again, he cannot. Yeah, Rogue bleeding out a lot of units here. Rogue just getting impatient. Impatience out of Rogue. Maru stepping in. Okay, Sims in. Another wave of reinforcements on the way, getting up to 3 tanks. And now here come the 2 Liberators. He has some freedom. The freedom zones are setting up, and Rogue is in trouble. Again, Rogue has to buy time for bailing speed. And he bled out so much earlier, and again, his drone count was very low. And now it's go time. 2 more seconds. Yeah, 2 more seconds. That first tank goes down. He's going to get all 3. Yeah, he's going to get all 3 tanks. Every tank falls. Bailings, they do not quite connect, but does reset the tank out just barely. Whew. And the Liberators as well. The Queens, they cleaned up the Liberators. Lings, they cleaned up the tanks. Only Marines left. Only a ByuN army. Maru now getting up to 1 tank. Does reinforce. Tank is on the low ground, though. Tank is on the low ground. Oh. Alright, splitting up his forces, trying to sort the attention of Rogue. Rogue does have a 4th base just for larva. You can see Rogue is now droning, but again, as we mentioned before, like the droning could have been done a little bit earlier. So this does make it a very close defense here, very clutch. Does force a big up. Another double drop here out of Maru. So we're going for a tri-pronged aggression. We have the main army in the center, double drop on the top side, and double drop on the south side. Behind this, there is still no 3rd CC, by the way. So still very 2-base all-in. Rogue getting into infestors. Fungals would be ideal, but Rogue needs a little bit more time. Creep is being denied. And denying more creep. Marines, they move in, waiting for the scan. No scan available. Does get into the mineral line. Gets a couple of drones. Rogue is ready in the main. While pushing into the center. I mean, creep is receding. Hive? Yo, we're not going for safety infestors? Bold move. I assumed the pit was going to be for infestors, but no, we're rushing into Viper tech. I mean, Vipers would be ideal, but this is still a ways away. Will the game last long enough? As here comes another massive wave of reinforcements. I like the idea of Rogue trying to catch reinforcements, but he will miss this. Yeah, he will miss the wave of reinforcements. Maru is able to bolster his main army. Again, that's a lot of liberation zones. That's a lot of freedom. And the tower gets knocked down. Yeah, it knocks down the tower. He will not get flanked. A massive army here for Maru. At the same time, Rogue does counterattack. He will get across the map, but I don't know if this really matters here. Yeah, it may not matter. Lings, they get choked up. That 1 tank doing so much damage. At the same time, here comes the main army. Queens are trying to move in. Mass transfuse. Takes down 2 Liberators. There's still 4 left. Oh, the Bailings are clumped up. Massive tank shots. Every Bailing goes down. A rough fight there for Rogue. And with that, Maru breaks through. Maru, he's breaking on through. Takes down all the Ling Bane. Messy fight there from Rogue. Very messy. And again, so greedy for Rogue to rush into Hive instead of Infestors. Just trying to rush into Viper Tech. Too greedy, Pappy. Now with that, Maru, he has broken the 3rd expansion. Rogue just does not have enough. Bailings, they try to roll in. Does force a pickup though. Okay, the Queens. Queens, they catch out the Liberators. Rogue is holding, and he does have that backup 4th base. Lost the third expansion, but rogue, he still has a booming economy here. No shot. Rogue, he's surviving. He's surviving. He reset the liberators. He reset the tanks. Oh, the queens. Will lose 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. 2 queens go down. Full medevac falls. Remember, Maru, he has no command center behind this. Like, he's down to 33 SCVs. Maru, he doesn't have a lot of longevity. He could try to lift his main, of course. He can lift up his main base and land at the third. But no shot. Rogue, he's barely holding. In the end, he did get away with the Hive. I don't think it was... I feel like it would have been a cleaner defense if we had not rushed into Hive, but sure, I mean, he's got it. He's got the Hive plus 3 carapace on the way. Oof. We'll lose a couple of queens. Queen count is low, and he will lose every queen. Yeah, every queen goes down. Heavy losses for Rogue. Overestimating the power of the queen. And now, where's the anti-air? Where's the anti-air, Pappy? Oof. Yeah, Liberators, they take over control of the third base. Drop behind the Liberators. Lingbane rolling in, but Maru, he just had to lift. Yeah, kites away, does lift up. Catching out 6 drones. Back into the main. Drop plays being annoying. Viper production finally begins. Did mention this earlier, the Vipers, they're going to be king here. Vipers, they can abduct the Liberators, they can parasitic bomb the medevacs. As drop play continues, Maru's not out of this yet. Still is yet to lift up the main. Still is yet to lift. Oh! Vipers have arrived. Rogue reclaiming his third. But Rogue, nothing's in position. We do have some units in position here. Here comes Maru. Maru sims in. Oof. Does not break through. Still will get 8 drones. Oh my god, the target firing. 8 drones do go down. Very nice damage. Power bombs, they connect. Cashing on the medevac. Every medevac counts. Meanwhile, the main base is floated over. Maru, he has an economy. He's got a third. Rogue scouts. And Rogue responds. Yeah, you can see Rogue instantly respond here, but there are tanks backing him to defend. That's a lot of tanks. 5 tanks. Maru's squeezing out so much out of 2 bases. He's crazy. Now Maru, he saw the Lings attempting to move out on the right-hand side. Now the high finishing is actually impacting this game. Plus 3 carapace to finish. Adrenal is now on the way. Vipers are out. Maru's still hanging in there. As he's built up to 5 tanks and 4 Liberators. Oh my god. Yeah, the slow zones, they punish Lingbane. You gotta respect the slow zones. Rocks that were never cleaned up. This is on Rogue. Yeah, this is on Rogue. He did not clean up those rocks. There's still limited flank options. Once again, Maru going straight down mid. Where are the Vipers? They're coming in. They go for the Blinding Clouds. Covers out 2 of their tanks. 3 tanks. Yeah, 3 tanks get covered. Banelings, they try to roll forward. Massive tank shots going up. And so many Banelings go down. Despite that, cleans up every single tank. 0 tanks left. Oh. A little bit of latency here. Hopefully it clears up. And so there we go. The final tank falls. And the Liberators are trying to maintain the position. Viper count was reset. Queens are enough of them this time to get 1 Liberator. Maru's still trying to sustain himself. Meanwhile, Rogue has had enough. He's going for the counterattack. Yeah, he wants that mineral and he wants that third. He wants that third base. Maru likewise racing back home as well. Yeah, he's racing back home, and the Bio Army's exposed to tank as well. This tank will fall. Massive pickoff. Banelings are making their way into the mineral line. Bio Army's being held up. He gets in. Oh my god, massive connections. 9 SCV kills. And GG. GG gets called. Maru, he runs out of steam, and Rogue, he will claim the series 2-0. Oh, look at him. GG. Ooh, a massive, massive, just massive exhale of exasperation there. He was spent, Bappy. herO. GG well played. A very intense game. Very intense game there. Very back and forth. I thought that Maru had it. I thought that Rogue was being too greedy. When I saw Rogue rush into the hive and have late drones and late saturation, I was like, no shot that Rogue gets away with that. Like, no shot. And Maru, he was punishing. He broke the expansion. He pushed in between the bases. But with reinforcements, Rogue, he barely had enough. Just barely. Was able to collapse on the army, reset the tank count, force the pickup, and Rogue was able to hold, survive, defend, and with that, Rogue, he 2-0s Maru. GG. GG well played. Now, this is where I have to pose the question to the people watching. Is Rogue going to all kill the Korean scene? I mean, you don't get much better than Maru when it comes to Korean Terran. Obviously, there's still Cure. Like, Cure is still there. We still have herO. We still have Classic. We got 3 players left. That are not Zerg. We got 3 players left. We got 2 Protoss with herO and Classic, and we got Cure. That's all we got. Can Rogue be stopped? Can Zerg be stopped? Will Shin, Solar, and Armani even have to play today? They're chilling right now. I can see them. They're in the Discord chat. They're laughing amongst themselves, Pappy. They're like, you're like, yo, you can just win us this tournament, Pappy. You just keep going, keep going. Rogue, he's like, I'm getting hungry, Pappy. I had to, like, my Uber Eats arrived. Like, I want to eat some food. Like, no. Keep going. Oh my god. All the way, Pappy, all the way. Ay. Ah. Okay. Let's go. As we are getting into our next series, we're getting to our next matchup. And who's up next? That's the real question, Bappy. Who is up next? Ooh, we have the answer. Okay, so it's going to be either herO or Classic. It is going to be Classic. Okay. Oh boy. So again, can Rogue be stopped? Is he going to all kill the Korean scene? Ah, no. So are we up to lava spawn time reduced in the next patch? We might legitimately just revert it back to what it was previously, like originally. that might happen. It's possible. That might just happen. For now though, we're just setting up our cameras, setting up. Also, I do want to apologize that sorry, again, the format is very, very complex, and Wikipedia was correct actually when it comes to the team captain. So ByuN is the Terran captain, herO is the Protoss captain, and Shin is the Zerg captain. So my apologies. So I assume that when captains play against each other, it was best of 3. No, it's when captains play, it's a best of 1. Yeah. So when captains play, it's a best of 1. Because neither Rogue or Shin are captains, best of 3 here. So it's going to be another best of 3. Let's go. And we do have our camera. Okay. Let's go. But here we go. We are setting up. And we have our best of 3 between Classic and Rogue. Okay. So again, just once again to reiterate, when non-captains play against each other, so I guess there's another exception. Okay, when a legendary player plays, it's a best of 2. So INnoVation, Trap, Armani, when they play, it's a best of 2. When captains play, it's a best of 1. Captains are ByuN, Shin, and herO. They're the 3 captains. When non-captains play, so Maru versus Rogue, non-captains. Rogue versus Classic, non-captains, best of 3. There we go. Best of 3. It also means that if Rogue plays against Cure next, or Classic plays against Cure, that'll also be a best of 3 as well, because Cure is not the captain for Terran. It's okay, we got all the rules down. We got. I do apologize, but the rules were initially posted in Korean. They were in Korean, so we've been trying to piece together the rules. Not just myself, but the other casters. Rex, he's been also confused and helping out a little bit here and there. He does know Korean better than I do, of course. Rex also. We were piecing it together. Piecing all together. But let's go. We'll be good for day 2. We'll be good. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. Oh boy. We'll see if he can start to bring it back here for himself and for his team. It is a Classic. Let's go. So I fix up his team name there. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. Currently the king of the hill, and no one can stop this man. Can he finally be stopped? His reign of terror, will it soon be over? It is Rogue. He's crazy. Aye. Let's go. Let us go as we are settling into our fresh best of 3. True. Best of 3. Best of 3 here between Rogue and Classic. Welcome to Washout. Washout is an interesting map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Can of course be opened up here in the center as we can knock down these rocks and open up the center of the map. But otherwise, we should be able to settle into more of some mid-game play here. When it comes to the mid-game, we do have some hybrid bases. As you can see here, we have the gold and regular mineral patch bases here on the bottom side. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3 hybrid bases on the south side. Meanwhile, we have 3 hybrid bases on the top side as well. So a bunch of hybrid expansions. Another kind of feature of this map is that you can knock down these towers. They're destructible towers where if they get destroyed, they actually land on patches and they destroy the mineral patches as well. That's one of the more unique features of this map, is you can destroy mineral patches and disrupt the economy that way. But I'll be honest, games don't often last that long. We have not really seen much late game on Washout, so we haven't really seen too many of these hybrid bases come into play. But we'll see if we can get there. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Likewise, Classic should be going for a Stargate opener himself. We'll keep an eye on his tech of choice as we just open up Gate Expand into Cybercore. And so now it is going to be that Stargate opener. Again, Stargates into Oracle. As I mentioned before, and we've already seen here tonight, Void Ray openers can also be mixed in to try to hide our tech and be a little bit cheeky. I will say that when it comes to Classic's play and when it comes to his tendencies, he's usually a player that does thrive in the late game. He's not as chaotic as herO, but he's willing to mix things up, of course. Willing to be aggressive if need be. Even though I would say that Classic probably has the best late game PvZ in the world, he doesn't just rely on that, of course. And we'll see what kind of approach we'll take. We have yet to see anyone rush into Mothership this series, or this broadcast, in PvZ. Has yet to occur. As we head into players like Classic and herO, that's kind of what we're going to be leaning towards a little bit. Likewise, when it comes to the VOD, and when it comes to most likely on like the YouTube comment section, we'll probably leave a comment with the actual rule set, just so everyone's aware of that coming into the tournament and coming into the broadcast. We'll list the rules, just because it's been a little bit chaotic and it took us a while to fully iron them out. Took us a while, but we got there. We got there. The Overlord is hunted down, and that is going to be a much earlier Twilight Council. So we have our third base, early Twilight Council. So far this broadcast, we've seen early Council into charge base play and charge base all-ins. We saw that out of Trap earlier. Likewise, we've seen early Blink. We saw that out of Zoun. This time, are we imagining early Glaives? I'm leaning towards Glaives currently, but this can lead into Blink. As we have our Gateway Explosion. It is much more aggressive here from Classic. It's going to be 4 gates. Oracle's poke in. 6 drones going to be going down. A nice damage here by Classic. As there it is, Glaive Adepts. So again, no Forge, early Gateways, early Twilight Council rushing the Glaives. We'll see if we can catch Rogue with his pants down. Do apologize for not keeping up with the Oracles. I was just distracted by the attempted Glaives. But here we go. As the Classic's going to rotate around. Again, 6 drone kills so far is a strong start for Classic. Slowing down the economy of Rogue. Likewise, Rogue does go lair first. Ooh, does go lair first. And does Rogue get a safety Roach Warren? If he skips a Roach Warren and if he skips the Bailings, then it will be a difficult defense. Will be a difficult defense. Lings, they pick in. They see nothing. They just check the third base. Oracles, they rotate towards the natural. Rogue is ready. Now, because of the lack of Evo Chamber, this does not look like Ling Hydra. Stage Trap's being thrown down. Oh, late reaction. Oh, one Oracle does fall, but the Stage Trap will connect. Nice connection and catching out 4 drones. Yeah, 4 workers. Sorry, 5 drones, actually. There's one hidden underneath the Queen. So 5 drones getting called out. And the Queen, nicely done. It is going to be Ling Hydra here out of Rogue. Very greedy, considering what's coming his way. Here come the Adepts. Yeah, Mass Adept is coming. It's going to be a Ling Queen defense. No Bailings, no Roaches. It's going to be a very shaky defense here from Rogue. Adepts have arrived. Queens are trying to keep up, and we do commit. Yeah, we commit to the Shade. Lings, they engage. But Adepts, they will clean this up. Yeah, the Adepts, they snowball out of control. They clean up every single Zergling. All the Lings go down. We bust into the mineral lines. Drones are exposed. We got 1 so far. Shading into the main. Catching out 4. 5 drones going down. 6 drones even. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. We have more Adepts shading across. More Adepts are coming. Now shading into the natural. Queens, they're struggling to keep up. Yeah, Queens are struggling. More Adepts, they do hit the third base. And is this finally when Rogue goes down? He will get adepted as 8 Adepts, sorry, 8 drones fall. Another Stage Trap here on the right hand side, catching out more workers. Adepts are still in the main base. 13 drone kills. This is becoming critical damage. 14, 15, 16, an entire mineral line, 16 drone kills, and behind this, mass Void Ray, triple Stargate, triple Void Ray production here. We're going into the skies, we're going into Sky Toss. And again, the Adept aggression finally does subside. And Rogue, I assumed, I was like, oh, if he goes for a Ling Hydra counterattack and an all-in, he might be able to kill, but no, Rogue is droning. Rogue, he's re-droning, resaturating. Now, I will say one thing here. This was a lot of damage, and I would typically say this is game-ending damage. 23 drones. 23 drones have gone down. That is insane damage here early on. But with increased lava production, I will say that Zerg players can recover faster in this position. Rogue is still in a rough position, but again, compared to what this was pre-PTR and pre-patch, we can try to redrone and recover a little bit faster here. That will benefit Rogue. So Rogue is trying to recover. Void Ray starting to move out, and we'll see if Rogue can make up for this. Here comes that Fleet Beacon. Honestly, Rogue might be able to deflect these Void Rays, and we might just slow the game down, and Classic may be able to embrace Sky Toss. Before I get there, though, Void Rays, they push towards the top side. Hydras, they do keep up. At the same time, we have Mass Adept on the right-hand side, and again, it's still going to be a Link defense. It's still a very fragile army here for Rogue. It's still very fragile. Adepts, they bust into the natural. Can we get more drone kills? Void Rays, they move in. 2 drone kills so far. Did I say 2? Getting up to 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god. Yeah, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. So many workers going to be going down. This has to be too much damage. 9 more drone kills. And you can see how difficult it is to defend against Glaive Adepts with just purely Ling Hydra. So difficult. 10 more drone kills. Was that 33? 33 kills. Now you might be looking at this and be thinking, oh, but Rogue has 71 drones. He's been having to re-drone, resaturate. These workers should be army. They should be more Ling Hydra, and that should lead into a stronger counterattack. So again, the economy has been crippled. Rogue does go for his counterattack, does have a lot of Hydras though. No splash damage, no shot. No splash damage. This space is going to be denied. Massive pickoff, takes down the 4th. Carrier production has begun. I'm curious to see if if Rogue goes for a... Oh, does catch out the Oracle. I'm curious to see if Rogue goes for an infestation pit into safety infestors or just goes for the Spire. Remember, Microbial Shroud is more accessible now as you no longer need an upgrade. And that does help strengthen Hydra play against Skytoss, especially pre-Storm. If there's no splash damage, if there's no Storm, Microbial Shroud is actually useful. Actually useful. But I believe there is no pits. Yeah, there's no infestation pits. Roki's building up. So I'm making 3 carries at a time. I will say that this infestation pit is very late. It's a very late pit here. So I do actually feel like Classic has a big window in time where he can surpass the strength of Mass Hydra with Mass Carrier. He's distracted. Yeah, big distraction here. The 4th base is going to be cancelled once again. Banelings are rolling into the mineral line. Classic pulls away. Yeah, it does pull away in time, but the Banelings, oh my god, they still crash in. 10, 11. 11 probes going to be going down. Hydras are coming from behind, and the base is going to be denied. Massive pickoff. That was a cancel. Okay, that was a cancel, not a kill. That was a cancellation. More Lings going to be rolling in. Pylons are cleaned up. And here comes a counterattack. Yeah, Classic. He has been crippled back at home. He lost the economy. 22 probes. That's crazy. 22 workers going to be going down. The 4th base as well. Classic is being forced all in. Now, he does have a massive army. He does have soon to be 5 carriers. Mothership is on the way. But, oh, he might wait. He might wait for the Mothership. Hive? I said this in the Maru series. It is greedy to skip Infestors and go straight Hive like this. No Spire. It's going to be a Ling Hydra. Okay, there we go. Now we have some Infestors. A couple of safety Infestors. On the one hand, Rogue is maxing out. On the other hand, I don't think he does not have the ideal army against Mass Carrier. It's going to be close. Like the eventual counterattack here from Classic, the eventual breakout moment, it's going to hit quite hard. There's going to be 1 Infestor? Only 1. Like, Microbial Shroud's going to be limited. There's a reinforcing pylon. Again, Classic is all in, but has a very strong army, and without Corruptors... and the Spores will help, for sure. Okay, we have a wall of Spores on the way. Okay. If we can fight with the Spores. Now we have... These Infestors are late. 4 Infestors now on the way. Banelings rolling in, distracting Classic, trying to buy time. Clerk is activated. 7 probes going down. Again, this is buying time. Spores, they're repositioning. The spores are being spread thin. More spores on the way. Trying to build up the wall of spores. Now we have 6 Infestors coming in. I believe they should at least have 1 Microbial Shroud each. They're going to have Fungals as well, of course. Now, when it comes to the buff that we mentioned, for those that are unaware, remember, you no longer have to research the upgrade of Microbial Shroud. Now it does begin with the Infestor. But as you can see, they need more time. Yeah, they need time to gather energy. Uh-oh. Army's moving in. Shows a Shroud. Hydra's Shroud to engage. There's the first Shroud. Forcing back some of the army. That's a lot of Interceptors. Again, that's 7 carriers. It might just be too much. She shows the strength of Microbial Shroud. Fungal connects. Yeah, massive Fungal on the Void Rays. Void Rays is going to be going down. Infestors are exposed. They pull back. They're running out of energy. And Microbial Shroud putting in a lot of work though. That's a lot. Oh my god, every Interceptor is falling. No shot, the Microbial Shroud. It works, Pappy. It does work with the Hydra's overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Rogue, he'll take down a Classic in game number 1. GG. Whew. Yeah, GG, well played. Classic, like, what the hell? He's like, I killed 33 drones, but what else do you want me to do? Oof. GG with that. Rogue, he will take a lead in the series here. Again, Classic did crippling damage early on, killed 33 drones. And again, he was up against Mass Hydra of all things. No Spire, no Corruptors, but looks like the Infestors did arrive in time. I was concerned that it was too late. I was concerned that the Infestor production was going to be too late and there would not be enough energy, but we had the Fungals, we had more importantly the Microbial Shrouds, we had the Wall of Spores as well, and against 7 carriers, the Mass Hydra still held the line. GG, well played. Again, if you're curious, the reason why there was no splash damage is because Classic was all in. He had no economy. He couldn't afford Storm. He couldn't afford Colossus. He couldn't afford splash damage. That's why he had to go then and there. That's why he was all in. And with that, Rogue does take the game. No, will he all kill? Will he? Oh, no. Why was Rogue versus Zoun a best of 1? You know what? In the soup chat, that's a good question. That is a good question. I think they made a mistake. I think I'm good. Because ByuN is a captain, it makes sense that ByuN series is the best of 1. Neither Rogue or Zoun are captains, so that should have been a best of 3, I believe. But again, because the format is so complex, I don't blame like the players and admins for making a mistake there, but you're correct. I think that should have been a best of 3, like according to the rules, but it's fine. So what you're saying is clearly it's not just myself and the other casters are confused, but the admins may be a little bit confused as well at times. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to the format, but it's all good. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss down in the series. Can he bounce back and fight back for himself, fight back for his team? It is a classic. Oh, let's go. We got the fan going. Fabulous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of at Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself. We have the South Korean Zerg leading the series 1-0. Very close to all killing the entire Korean scene. It is Rogue. No. Now the reality is, if we throw enough players at Rogue, he will tuck her out. You know, he'll. if we throw enough players at him, he will get tired, and he will run out of stamina, right? Question mark. No. Can we tire him out, Bappy? Can we bring him down? Let's go. As for now, we are going to be opening up. Is going to be our initial hatch gas pool out of Rogue, standard opener out of our Zerg player, and we're back on at Attorney's Edge. This is where we began. This is where we will end. I mean, I say end. We still got Cure and herO. Still got 1 Terran and 1 more Protoss after this, assuming that Rogue brings down Classic. Again, does the Zerg team, do they get to play? I'll be honest, I was looking at the channels earlier. I did notice Shin and Solo leave their Discord channel for a bit. You know, they might have enough confidence in Rogue that they might just go to bed. They might they're like, you know what, Rogue, you got this. We don't gotta play. We'll call it early. We'll get some sleep. Oh no. Does Armani, Shin, and Solo, do they even need to play today? Do they even need to? Let's go. For now, we're just settling into openers here. Our Pylon has been placed based on this positioning here. Looks like a Stargate opener out of Classic. Last game, remember, it was Stargate into Oracle, into early Glaives, into Hyper Aggression. And again, Classic's aggression was solid. Remember, he killed 33 drones. Let's be real here. Like, I don't think you could ask for any more damage, to be honest. He killed so many workers. It does have to feel demoralizing to get that much damage done and to still struggle in the follow-up. The follow-up, if you recall, was Massive Void Ray, and you might be thinking to yourself, like, that was kind of a weird follow-up, right? Well, I mean, the reasoning for this is because gateway aggression and gateway play in the mid-game has been reduced, has been nerfed due to the expensive nature of getting all those warp gates up and running. So we have been seeing a lot more Sky Toss out of Protoss players in the mid-game. A lot more Sky Toss, whether it's Massive Void Ray, whether it's a Carrier Rush, whether it's a Mothership Rush, that has become more of a commonality amongst players like Classic, Max, Pax, and herO. The three best Protoss players in the world have all been embracing that in PvZ. Oh, hello. With a proxy pylon, though, are we tempted to 8-gate? Are we tempted? That is an early pylon. Remember, we do have fast warp ins. And despite a gateway play being more difficult to get away with in the mid-game, going for all-ins, I mean, you can still commit, you can still double down. Ah, he gets found. Never mind. The pylon is found, Adepts will support, but there's no surprise factor here, and Rogue responds with a safety Roach Warren. That is a 4-minute 30 Roach Warren here. So remember, one of the reasons why Rogue had such a difficult early to mid-game last game is because Rogue skipped Roaches and skipped Banelings. It was a Link Hydra defense, and Rogue sustained so many losses because of that. Here, upon seeing the proxy pylon, Rogue responds with a Roach Warren to play safe. So safer play here by Rogue. Meanwhile, it's going to be the initial third base into Twilight Council and Forge. This tells us not Glaives anymore. It's not going to be Glaives here. Glaives does not coincide with a Forge, as +1 does not benefit Adepts. So this is looking more like +1 in Blink, or potentially even +1 in Charge. Potentially. As the Oracles, they pick in. They get one drone kill so far. Oh, getting a second. So 2 drones going to be going down. It is going to be +1 in Charge here from Classic. So early charge timing, early aggression. Not as early as Glaive Adepts last time, but this will still hit quite hard. And I'm curious to see if this is with Archons. You saw something similar at a trap, if you recall, where you moved out with 2 Archons on Old Sun Temple. Yep, there it is. Temple Archives. We're going to be hitting with Archons. Now, this did fall in its face against Rogue on Old Sun Temple because Rogue cut workers at 63. If you remember, he cut workers at under 3 base saturation and went pure Ling Hydra. Adepts, they do shade into the mineral line, and they get some denied mining. Yeah, just denied mining. Drones, they survive. Rogue is saturating, and remember what we said earlier, safety Roach Warren, because Rogue has identified that there is no Glaive Adepts, there is no aggression coming his way, no Roach production whatsoever, we're building up into Hydras. Meanwhile, Trap hit with Archons, Classic will hit with Storm. Later timing at a Classic, waiting for Storm. So different variation of aggression here, comparing Classic to Trap earlier. Oracles, they pick in. And they pick in, they pull away. Lings, they will hit the third, they hit the natural, and they do get a surround. Yeah, they surround the army here, catching out 1, 2, 3, 4 Adepts. Nice catch. Gonna be zoned away. So a decent catch here from Rogue. Likewise, we have Mass Hydra building up. Roach speed on the way to reinforce just in case. Again, Roaches are ideal when it comes to just building up a robust wall in front of your Hydras to protect them against charge shots and Storm. As Classic is pushing forward, claiming a 4th base, pushing towards his opponents. And again, you can see our bases are right next to each other. We're on the same screen. Ooh. The Oracle gets caught. Storm is done. Yeah, we do have Storm. And Storms, they will connect. Grays in the army. We have 3 more Storms. Plenty of Zealots. Not much buff for the Hydras. And this will force back Rogue. Now, as you can see here, Rogue, he does cut workers at 63, just like against Trap. Cuts workers at under 3 base saturation. He's mastering up Roaches. The goal here is to just break through. To just try to overwhelm this forward position. We saw that a bunch of Storms were baited out. There are 4 High Templar left. It's 4 Templar. Roaches are amassing. Classic is moving in. Can Classic break through? Can he break through? And Roaches, they do bait out one of the storms. I mean, nice connection on the Roaches. That's going to be 3 storms being thrown down. There's 1 storm left, if that's... They're running out. Yeah, Classic is running out of storms. There's only 1 remaining. Oh, High Templar barely pulls away. There's the final storm. We can maybe energy overcharge. Nah, no energy overcharge. 0 High Templar left. 0 storms remaining. And Rogue is doing it. Rogue has done it, has broken through. A couple of Zealots are trickling in. Archons are being overwhelmed. There's just nothing left. Nothing remaining. The base will fall. And Rogue, he will take down another victim here. Another player falls to Rogue. He can't be stopped, Bappy. He cannot be stopped. He's crazy. He is Zerg. I'm telling you. Shin and Solar, they can sleep early today. They can. There we go. 1 storm. 1 storm comes in, but again, there's just barely a standing army here. We got a couple of Stalkers left. We got 1 Zell. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will claim the series 2-0, taking down another player. Ah, look at him, guys. GG. GG, well played. Rogue, he will take down Classic 2-0, and with that, we have 2 players left amongst Team Terran and Team Protoss. We've got 2 left. At this point, it's just become the world versus Zerg. Like, it's just... oh, no. It's the Korean scene versus Zerg here. Terran and Protoss, they've teamed up. Again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend at this point, and I'm sure they're colluding amongst each other. We're down to 2 players left for Protoss and Terran. For Terran, they have 1 player remaining. It is Cure. So Cure is left for Terran. Meanwhile, for Protoss, it is herO. So up next, again, we are alternating. Protoss, they bow out for now. And up next is going to be Terran. Oh boy. There we go. So Rogue versus Cure is up next. Let's have a look at the Terran roster here. Yeah. Yo, shout out to the Terran boys, by the way. Like ByuN, INnoVation, Maru, they're all still in call together. They're bearing witness. They're supporting their boy. They will not abandon Cure. Giving him their energy. This is it. The last Terran hope. ByuN was knocked out. INnoVation was knocked out. Maru was knocked out. Cure is all that remains. I mean, he is one of the best Terran players in the world. To be fair, he's one of the best Terrans. Remember, he did come 2nd place in GSL Season 2 this year. 2nd place in GSL. He did surpass Maru in GSL performance. And now we have confirmation. This is the best of 3. Best of 3 between Rogue and Cure. Let's go. All right, let's go. Let's go. But here we go, here we go. We are getting into the next game. We're going to be getting into BlackRock. But I also just posed a question here to our other casters. I was like, guys, was Rogue vs. Zoun supposed to be a best of 3? They're like, yeah, I think it was supposed to be a best of 3. It's fine, it's fine. There we go. Here we go. We're getting into the next game. We're getting into our next series here. Again, the final player for Team Terran. Oh boy. And I do apologize as I very quickly have to add our camera. Beautiful. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, here of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. representing Team Liquid, but here he is, the final player for Team Terran. It is Cure. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. He's not even the captain for his team, and I would say the other players in his team are even higher ranked. But regardless, he is here for Team Zerg. So far, undefeated. The world versus Zerg. It is Rogue. Again, he's gonna all kill the Korean scene, Pappy. Unironically. he's crazy. Can anyone stop this man? Can anyone stop him? Oh no. I mean, it's up to Cure. It's up to Cure to do open up 2x Reaper. Here we go. So remember, this is looking similar to the build that we saw from Maru. Maru, he went 2 racks on Sanctuary 3, if you recall, but it was 2 racks without gas. This is with gas. So Maru, he went 2 racks Marine. This is 2 racks Reaper out of Cure. So opening up 2x Reaper. With this, Cure will be able to apply a lot of pressure early on, apply a lot of pressure, and ideally disrupt the build of Rogue, maybe even catch some drone kills, maybe catch a tumor as well. So again, Cure is going to be more aggressive here, and we'll see if Rogue can keep up. Behind this, just going Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Overlord is going to be dipping in. Sorry, I say Hatch Gas Pool. I believe this was a bit of an earlier pool timing compared to the gas. I think it was Hatch Pool Gas, based on the production time. As the Overlord does dip in, and we'll get eyes on the 2x Reaper. I mean, technically, this could be 2x Marine, like what we saw at Maru, but the first thing popping up into your mind should be Reaper play. Especially on BlackRock. Yep, there we go. Does confirm. Does confirm the Reapers. Overlord did pull back to the safety pillar. Rogue now has to reconfirm. This could be 3 racks Reaper, so he has to check for the CC timing. So the Overlord goes back in as Cure gets across the map. Yeah, no drones at the natural. Nice kiting here so far as one Reaper gets very low. And, sorry, one Ling gets very low and does get focused down. Nice pickup. Catching out one of the Zerglings. Cure does pull away. Pulls away, rotates over, once again ensuring there is no mining here at the natural base. We'll disrupt some of the mining, disrupt some of the economy. Link speed is in production. And Rogue, okay, I was about to say that he stays in gas. A little bit of inefficiency there out of Rogue, as he did stay in gas a little bit too long. Looks like the Reaper aggression, it's taking its toll. It's taking its toll. As Cure is forcing inefficiencies out of Rogue. Dipping into the main base. I mentioned it earlier, but hey, Rogue has been playing for a long time here. He is getting a little bit fatigued. It's taking its toll. Reapers, they rotate over towards the natural. And they rotate. And behind this, we have a third CC. Okay, so it's going to be a 3 CC 2-on-1 out of Cure. Initially opening up with the 2 axes in a factory into command center. With this, it will lead into eventually a stim timing. That is true, but it's going to be a little bit delayed because the starport was delayed in favor of the command center. So an economic variation of 2-on-1. This does hit quite strong in the mid game, and it does hit a bit of a later Marine timing, later stim timing. And the Overlord does confirm the 3rd CC timing. So Rogue, he confirms the build of choice. He's fully aware. He knows that he is safe to drone up a little bit earlier, a little bit faster. Against regular 2-on-1s, you have to be ready for the aggression earlier than normal. Here, it's going to be later, so you can drone up a little bit harder. Wait, do we add-on swap? That's a tech lab. Okay. It's going to be a 3CC 2-on-1 add-on swap into Banshee. Cheeky moves. What now? Was the tech lab spotted? Hold on. It was. That's a tell. So if this tech lab was clicked on, like seeing this setup here, Rogue might just assume that's a reactor. If he assumes that's a reactor, it would be into reactor medevac. If he clicked on the add-on, then he would be aware that it's a tech lab, which screams that Banshee play instead. Technically, this is inefficient. We bring this up all the time. This is a build that was popularized by ByuN and by Maru, and because Cure's playing with them right now, it's possible that they told him to do this. But this was a build popularized a couple of years ago by ByuN and Maru. Basically, the way this works here is that because the 2-on-1 has been scouted, Rogue's expecting medevac play, so he should be delaying and skipping spores, right? Spores should be delayed in the bases, and as you can see, they are, right? Spores are delayed because you do not expect Banshees, because you expect Marines to hit with medevacs instead. This is hitting without medevacs. The Banshee should be coming in as a bit of a surprise, and as a result, the Banshee can do more damage than it otherwise should. So the Banshee ideally is supposed to be a surprise. I say that, but the Banshee actually meets up with the main army. Oh. Okay, interesting. Does not harass. Cure, he's still pushing pre-medevac with everything. Okay. We're getting like some like semblances, some memories of ByuN here. As we're pushing pre-stim. Sorry, we're pushing pre-medevac, I meant to say. This is risky because this means there's no way to escape with this army. It is risky. Does perk out. Rogue is amassing Zerglings, and Cure has to be very careful with this army. Medevacs are coming. And they will arrive in time. Okay. Echoes of ByuN, that's what I was looking for. The phrase I was looking for. As Marines, they stim in. They catch out a Queen. Nice pickup. Does catch a Queen. A Rogue will be able to collapse in. Will force a pickup. The stutter stepping though, very nice trades out of Cure, very nice. Yeah, Cure does that trade, punishing the Zerglings. Rogue struggling to defend. Yeah, Rogue is struggling. Rogue rushing into the infestation, but behind this, Queen's going to be going down. They're exposed. There's one more transfuse, but alas, no transfuse connects, losing one of the Queens, losing a second Queen as well. Is getting out of hand. Yeah, 2 Queens go down. Cure jumping into the main, and again, he's trading very well here. And Rogue is being greedy, rushing into the pit. He's rushing into the pit. Cure finally pulls away. Has dealt no economic damage, but he's traded very nicely against the Zerglings. He had 29 Lings and 3 Queens for 5 Marines. Hyper efficient trades here. Hatchery's getting low. Hatchery gets low. 1 more Marine goes down. So again, 6 Marines for 29 Lings. Banshee into the main base, so I got this earlier. No Spore. Remember, there's no Spore because you don't expect a Banshee with this. Yeah, no expectations for a Banshee. 1 medevac goes down. I believe it went down to the Spore. But Cure has momentum. And so far, Cure is looking good. He's looking the best out of any player so far against Rogue. Cure traded very nicely, very well. Ooh, Rogue does counterattack though. Oof. A lot of SCV is going to be going down. Cure commits. He will break down the expansion. Infestors, they're trapped. Or I should say they're exposed. Yeah, these new infestors are they're exposed. Lanes that deny mining. Do we land a fungal in time, or do they just go down instantly? Cancels 1. No, they pop. Wow, no, they pop for the fungal lands, and we come in for this round as well. Massive catch, massive pick up. Both tanks go down, and Curie lost the SCVs. He lost workers as well. Ay. I assumed that the infestors would be denied, but no, they popped out. They survived. They land the fungal. Rogue is holding. Did lose the 4th base, true. And Curie's not done. Curie's not done. Moving out with another double drop. Moves out with the drop play. Hive is almost complete. I believe the goal here is rushing ultras. We should be rushing ultras. Remember, there's no Hydrogen, there's no Spire. It's going to be Ling, Bane, Infestor Ultra. Double drop comes in. Hatchery getting low. Rogue is out of position. We'll lose 1 Queen. We'll lose 2. Yeah, 2 Queens go down. I'll pick up. Again, nice trades out of Cure. Cure, he's trading very, very well. He's trading well. Applying pressure. Hive is complete. There's that ultra cavern that we mentioned earlier. Again, we're rushing ultras. Oh, late reaction. Yeah, late pickup out of Cure. Reinforcing on the right hand side. Will be spotted. Yeah, Rogue, he does spot this at a time. Should respond. At the same time, actually going for a counter attack. Once again, this middle line is exposed. Sure, there are tanks, so they can force friendly fire. Yeah, we can force friendly fire here. Lings, they do bust into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Sims, they do stay in. The army does sim in. That brings a sim into the mineral line. Ooh, they do dodge the black. They dodge the fungal. We're dodging the fungal. We're falling apart. And Ling Run By doesn't achieve too much. Doesn't achieve too much here. Curie defends. He attacks. Curie cancels the expansion. Rogue, he knows he cannot defend. Rogue is spread thin. He's being spread thin here. And what I love the most here out of Cure's play is just his pace, right? Like the pace here is very, very high. The momentum is high in favor of Cure. He's being hyperactive, hyper aggressive, ensuring that Rogue cannot comfortably expand. Rogue going for the center expansion. Once again, Rogue is out of position. Once again. And the hatchery may just go down. No shot. The hatchery is getting low. Doesn't get targeted. Massive pickup. Hatchery falls. Now we can just pick up and pull away. Just abusing the fact there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air. No Hydras. No Corruptors. No Mutas. The drop play continues. Rogue, he's stuck on 3 bases. Ultras are revealed. This is pre-Kindness plating. We're still lacking the upgrades. Kindness plating +3 is still on the way. Army moving in. Lingze will deny some mining though. Okay. Rogue is still in this. Oh, the fungal! Ah, the fungal! The chain fungal as well! Oh my god! Yeah, massive loss for Cure. Fungals connects. Oh, nice mine shots. Yeah, nice mine shots and Cure is popping up. Yeah, pushing towards the 3rd base. Drop into the main. Fungal once again lands. Nice target finding at a Cure. Will lose a drop, but at the same time, Cure is still getting damage done. 16 drone kills. Yeah, losing 16 workers. Likewise, center bases are being denied. That's a kill, not a cancel. Lingze busts into the mineral line. 43 SCV kills, though. Oh, and the reality is we have ultras. Like, the reality is here that Rogue has the better army. He has mass ultra, and he cribbles the economy. 43 SCVs. The economy is non-existent. Cure was doing so well. He was doing so well for himself, but there was no defenses back at home. 43 dead workers. Again, the drop play was solid. The damage was solid, but not good enough. Not good enough, Pappy. How many ultras do we have? 7. Soon to be 8 ultralisks. An insane amount of ultras. Mine shots, I mean, they're being efficient. They're connecting, but... oh. The ultras, they get softened up. But there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. Do we have detection? We do. Yeah, Widow Mines are going to be cleaned up as well. There is the Overseer. Some of them get cleaned up. Some of them. Drop back into the natural. There's a scan. Cure, he's down to another 10 SCVs go down as Ling harass continued. Cure's down to 21 workers. He's down to a 1 base economy. He's heavily reliant on these mules. Widow Mines, they reset. More value, more shots going off. The triple marine drop, let's go. The triple marines. Oh, fungal lands. Catching up part of the army. Yeah, and again, Curie just running out of steam, running out of forces. And again, Curie didn't look bad in this game. He was popping up, was doing so much, but he had just no defense against the counterattacks. The counterattacks are on by his. Curie was being overly aggressive. I don't blame him for it. I feel like he needed to be. He needs to be just be as aggressive as possible. He was just constantly in the face of Rogue, but that meant that he had no defenses. And with that, yeah, bases are being denied. CCs are being lifted. Drops are being cleaned up. That motor mine. 8 kills on one, 9 on the other. As one of the Widow Mines still survives. Like, the mines have been getting a lot of value. So many shots going off. Ultras are low. Jesus, yeah, the ultras are being focused down. So many ultras go down. Yeah, they were softened up from earlier. The Marauders, they put in a lot of work here. The best fight that Cure could have hoped for. He does trade quite efficiently. He will clean up every single ultralisk. The Marauders, they're crazy. The mines as well, of course. Yeah, Widow Mines as well. Rogue, he takes a bad fight. He overextends off of creep. Cure. I mean, again, he might not have an economy, but he did outtrade the hell out of Rogue. Did take a much stronger fight. Oh. Despite that, though, Rogue, time is still on his side. Like, Rogue, he still has the higher drone count, the better economy. This Widow Mine keeps popping up. 5 more drones go down. 17 kills on the mine. Again, this has been a very messy game. Very, very messy game. It's been messy, Pappy. That Widow Mine is still there. It's going to reset. No shot. There's detection, by the way. Oh, another 4 drone kills. Finally, it's going to go down. Meanwhile, Cure, he's down to, again, really one base mining, one base economy. He's being hyper efficient with his army, of course. Been trading well, despite the deficit. It's impressive. Has been impressive. Rogue needs to calm down and get some of these bases up and running. There you go, does take top left. Wouldn't mind borrows. Oh my god, massive connect. Again, these mines have been carrying. We spoke about this earlier in the broadcast, but the Widowmine buff like does impact like Ling Bane compositions. But GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take down Cure in game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense game. Very intense, very back and forth. Again, Cure, he was looking solid. He was looking good. He was dropping all over the place. He was counterattacking, prone aggression out of Cure. But alas, the Ling Runbys kept getting by and kept dealing critical damage. It was insane how much damage those Ling Runbys were achieving. And that was able to allow Rogue to sustain himself in that game, in this series, to be able to deal counter damage, to recover, to keep things more or less even, and to eventually overcome and overwhelm. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Rogue takes a lead in this best of 3, but remember, it's a best of 3. Cure still has another chance here to bring it back. Oh boy. As again, Cure, he's the final Terran player left. The final Terran. Cashin. Bienvenidos. At this point, for the narrative, I want Rogue to all kill. Like, I want at this point. Was it Maru? He had that prediction, if you remember. When Maru played against Rogue, Maru, he told him that he was going to all kill. That was Maru's prediction. Will it come true? A spawning in the right-hand corner of Fear and Faith. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran player himself. The South Korean Terran for Team Liquid, representing, and again, the final Terran player left. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself. Up 1-0 in this best of 3. It is Rogue. Here we go. As we are going to be settling into our game. And welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a larger map of the map pool, 4-player spawn map, so you can spawn in top right, top left, bottom right, and bottom left as well. And for the first time, we've been covering quite a number of these 4-player spawn maps already in this broadcast, but every time we load in, it has been close spawns, right? It's been close spawn on Old Sun Temple, it's been close spawn on Fear and Faith, has led to more aggressive builds and more aggressive tendencies. For the first time tonight, we have cross spawns, diagonal spawn locations, so long rush distance by ground. As a result of that, we expect longer and later games. I will say that Zerg players are typically favored in these longer games. Comparing this map and comparing the pace to Blackrock, you saw that especially on this patch, it is very, very crucial, very important that the Terran player is as active and aggressive as possible. You saw that Cure, he was dropping all over the place, dealing damage, denying bases, and slowing down the Zerg. And because of the increased lava production, you need to slow the Zerg down to have a chance against them. But because we're now on a larger map, I will say that aggression is less favored. It's going to take longer to get across the map. It's going to take longer to be aggressive and to reinforce and to push in. It'll be easier to defend here. So coming into this map and coming into the spawns, I do prefer Rogue's position, but just because this map the spawns favor longer games doesn't mean that strips away any aggressive options. It just makes it more difficult. It just makes it more difficult here for Cure, but not impossible. Let's go. Meanwhile, Cure does scouts bottom right. Does check bottom right first. We do see the initial Overlord come bottom right as well. Rogue does spot the SCV. Second Overlord top left. We're still looking for each other. And Lings, they will confirm the spawn location. Now, because of the earlier pool build here from Rogue, he will be able to delay the CC. Did we go CC first? Reaper is out. Where is the Reaper exactly? It's across now. Ooh, Reaper's out of position. Do we cancel the CC? No shot. Reaper's racing back home. Out of position, was across the map. This CC is going to be cancelled. Ay, 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 a rough start here for Cure. Not like this. There's a cancellation. We cannot save the CC. A rough start for Cure. It was a big gamble from roGe. Again, roGe, he went pool first. He went pool first before the hatchery. The gamble was real. Reaper was out of position. Late scout by Cure. And with that, Cure is forced to throw down his CC on the unnatural location. He's going 3 CC. Double expand, double CC here from Cure. Hyper greed to recover in this game. But Cure does fall behind. Yeah, it falls behind early on here. Again, this is hyper greed. This is desperation out of Cure, double expanding. And we'll see if he gets away with it. We'll see. As again, that is a natural, that's a second base before any additional racks. This is 3 CC, 3 racks. This is a build that is often done against Protoss, and we've seen it a little bit more often now against Zerg just because of how greedy it is. It does give you, it typically, 3 CC, 3 racks is meant to give you a boosted economy in the mid game, but because of the cancel, this is a way to catch up in the mid game. Not have a boosted economy, but to recover. It's a risk, and we'll see if Cure gets away with said risk. The downside, of course, no Hellion production for any kind of map control, delayed tank production, delayed Widowmine production. It's going to be pure Marine. Pure Marine, delayed Starport, delayed Medevacs, delayed tech. So if roGe were to go for like a Roach all-in or a Ling Bane bust, Q would just die. He would just die to an all-in. But because of the spawn locations, and because roGe is unaware as to what's going on, there's less of a chance that roGe will all-in. So again, it's a calculated risk here from Cure. I would say there's a high chance of him getting away with it. roGe did make a mass amount of Lings though, so he'll move out across the map and he will scout the third. I should deny the third. Or at least delay mining. If roGe wanted to, honestly, he could just hit the natural, to be honest. We'll see where he moves in. Yep, roGe, he's hitting the natural. We do have some vanilla Marines. They're vanilla. No stim, no upgrades. Nice positioning, though. They do get into the mineral line. And with that, Cure will hold. And nice positioning here. Cure does hold on. Still bleeds out a couple of Marines, though. Depot goes down. roGe, oh, bad call. Yeah, bad call there. roGe did misjudge, and Cure, he will defend. He will defend here. Remember, roGe was only Ling aggression. He's droning up behind this, and roGe doesn't check the third. Otherwise, he could have gotten free damage here. There could have been free damage at the third base, but roGe doesn't think to check, because why would he? There's no expectation with it to be a third base on location this early on. So it is still a shaky start for Cure. It is still shaky, but you know what? 28 Lings for 4 Marines. Like, I mean, good trade. Cure does trade well, and this is the beginning of the comeback. The beginning of the comeback here. So again, we are building up. From here, we're joining, we're saturating. Again, roGe, he's going to be free to join up to around 70 workers if he so chooses. Cure is trying to be active. Remember, there are no medevacs. Medevacs have been delayed. They're just now moving out. roGe is freely spreading creep. Spreading creep, securing his side. Again, we're slowing things down, as I mentioned, because of the cross spawns, because of the diagonal spawn locations. We do have more time to breathe and build up and drone and saturate. Cure, he has a lot of creep to work through. A lot of creep. Third base has been scouted. Now he knows. roGe's links have been activated. Drop on the right-hand side. roGe, he's finally aware of the greed of Cure. But can he stop it? Ooh, Bailing drop. Sorry, Bailing run by. Bailing run by here on the top side. Bailing speed has not been started even. Bailing speed has not begun. We're going to have a slow waddle by. This is a mistake, by the way. Hydrogen is on the way before Bailing speed. Yeah, there we go. Now he does notice. Does notice the bathing speed. Curious still being active. Still pushing through. Bailing's at waddling in. And CranKy should react in time. For now, he's distracted. Yeah, Ling Bane does collapse in. Bailing's at waddle into the middle line. Catching up the army. Ooh, massive connections. And 8 SCVs. 8 SCVs go down. So far, a nice trade here from Rogue. He did successfully distract Cure. And Cure, he still has yet to fully recover. And you can see that that supply disparity due to the earlier losses. Remember, this build here from Cure this follow was supposed to help him recover in this game, but did still lose workers. Did still lose even more. As Curry rotates here on the south side. Rogue trying to keep up. Oh, yeah, catching out some Widow Mines. And this time we have anti-air. Remember, previously on Black Rogue was going Ling Bane, Infestor, Ultra. This time much more standard, just Ling Bane, Hydra. Just Ling Bane, Hydra, much more standard composition with actual anti-air. There's an answer for the drop play, even borrowing some Banelings. Let's go. Oh no! The Banelings! Oh my god, massive connections. Cure gets caught out. Yo, Rogue, he's styling, baby. He's styling on Cure. Looking very comfortable. Rogue is about to max, by the way. He's about to max out. Getting ready for a Ling Bane counterattack. Cure pushing through the center. Pushing on the right. Hydra's in position. Rogue is also all over this. Forcing friendly fire. Oh my god. Decent mine shots. Decent mine connections. But here comes that harassing force. It's a massive army. Oh my god. There are a lot of Widow Mines to defend though. Yeah, a lot of mines. Army does split. Yeah, we peel off into the third. Mine shots, they connect. Oh my god, massive mine shots. Banelings don't quite get into the mineral line, but chaos ensues. Yeah, chaos still does ensue. SCVs, they still do go down. Army does race back home to defend. Oh. And in the midst of all this chaos, again, Curry will bleed out the majority of his army. He will bleed out units. Hydras, they collapse in from behind. Better angle. Catching out Marines. Catching out Widow Mines. Still no detection. No Overseer. Oh my god. Mine shots are popping up. But there's just an overwhelming Zerg here. When we swarm. The swarm has arrived. We're pushing further in. A lot of supply in medevacs. Oh my god. Bailey connects. And with that, Rogue, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken the back of Cure. Again, the soup was lying to you. It's all Widow Mines and medevacs. So mines and medevacs remaining. Detection has finally arrived. We're going to try to push into the main. Oof. Baiting out the mine shots. Now we have detection. And Widow Mines that will not survive this. Not this time. As Curie tries to make a stand. Coming from behind as well. Catching out a couple of Hydras. He's doing what he can. He's trying. It was just a rough start. It was just a really rough start, being forced to cancel the CC, forced into a 3CC 3 racks, and it didn't quite pan out the way the Cure was hoping. Again, Cure was trying to recover from the start of the game and wasn't quite able to. As I mentioned before as well, it was unfortunate the spawn locations. If we had closer spawns, then Cure could have been more aggressive and could have been more active, but again, the spawn locations did hurt Cure more than help him. They hurt him, Bappy. Oh. We're gonna close it out with Lunkers. Yeah, Lurker Tech is on the horizon. We have a Lurker range on the way. It's halfway done. Halfway complete. And there we go, Rogue, he is looking over. Well, I mean, the mine shots are going to be able to connect. Yeah, nice splits, nice spread, but the lurkers. Like, we had some nice mind connections against Ling Bane, but lurkers, they have arrived. The lunkers are here. They're, oh god. They're here. And typically, how do you respond? Well, with Liberators and with Ghosts. There are some Liberators, by some I mean one. There's one Liberator out right now. Lurkers, they move in. They bully back the Marines. Massive spine shots going up. Oof. Yeah, Marines, they try to stim in. They just get annihilated, pushing into the Lurkers. Oh my god. Yeah, rough trade here. So many Marines go down. We do get a nice surround. Nice surround, nice flank. Cure, he will clean this up. Again, Cure, he's fighting his heart out. He's fighting as hard as he can. But he fails to break through the Lurkers. Yeah, he doesn't break through. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lurker behind the mineral line, denying mining. We have one more scan. Cleaning up the final Lurkers. But GG. Yeah, GG gets called. It's still too much damage. And Rogue, he will take down Cure 2-0. And with that, Terran is now out of the match. They're out of the series. GG. GG. Well, look at he's spent, Pappy. He's spent, leaning back in the chair. Aye. It's like, do I have to do everything? Shouldn't soul that. Keep going. Just go all the way, Pappy, all the way. GG, well played. With that Rogue, he has taken everyone down. He took down INnoVation, Trap, Maru, Classic, Cure. There is one player left. So Terran is out. ByuN, Cure, INnoVation, Maru, they've all been eliminated. They've all been taken out. For Protoss, Trap was taken out. Classic was taken out. Zoun was taken out. There's one non-Zerg left. Again, it's Zerg versus the world right now, and there's one non-Zerg player remaining. The non-Zerg hope. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. Okay. 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 We have one player left. It is going to be herO. He is the final player remaining. Oh boy. Okay. So herO, he's the final non-Zerg. It is going to be a ZVP between herO and Rogue. Potentially the final game of the broadcast. Now I say potentially because again, if herO defeats Rogue, then it's time for the reversal kill where herO has to play against all of the Zerg players. Rogue, Armani, Shin, and Solar. So technically, we might see some more games, we might see some more matches, but it's all on herO. It's all on herO, Pappy. Aye. Now, I just got an update here. So it looks like Wikipedia was incorrect. Remember how earlier we were talking about the captains and how captains, when a captain plays, it does force a best of one. So ByuN was the captain earlier, Shin was the captain, and herO was the captain. I guess to fix some things up, because Zoun did play a best of one earlier, Zoun is now the captain for Team Protoss, which means herO playing here means a best of three. So I guess like retroactively we're saying that Zoun was the captain, that's why he played a best of one, and herO is not the captain here. Because of that, herO versus Rogue will be a best of three. Best of three between herO and Rogue. And that fixes up the earlier series as well. True. Does fix it up. So now the earlier Zoun best of one makes more sense. See, we made it work in the end. We fudged the numbers a little bit, but it's all good. Yeah, and hero's like, this is a bit of a mess, but okay, we'll do it. Yo, so INnoVation, so Innu, the Korean caster, he was like, yo, Rogue, you're being too sexy. And you know what Rogue just said? Rogue is like, wow, this must be how herO feels. Oh my god. Even Rogue, he's like, this is crazy. I feel like herO, Pappy. As Rogue, he's on an 11-game win streak. 11-game win streak. And Rogue is like, mate, this is insane. And they're all laughing. They're all having fun. Rogue, he's like, I just keep winning. I'm just playing and I just keep winning. It's crazy. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Just setting up player cams. Oh, hey. And looks like we do have our link for our players. Okay. Beautiful. All right, so again, just a lot of banter between the players. A lot of banter. Rogue feeling like herO right now. Yes, Zoun is captain. Let's go. As we are getting into our next game, we're getting to our next series here, potentially the final series of the broadcast. Again, Rogue, he's on an 11-game win streak, doing his best herO impression. Oh boy. And now, to be fair, herO, he is the best pros player in the world. We have seen him defeat herO in massive best ofs. Of course, most recently in Masters of the Game, herO did defeat herO in a best of 7. So if anyone is going to stop Rogue, it is going to be herO. Let's go. Let's jump in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the best player in all of South Korea, the best Protoss in the world. Is it going to be enough, though, to bring down his opponent to begin the reverse sweep? It is herO. The non-Zerg hope. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player on an 11-game win streak. He's not even the captain for his team. He's not even the highest ranked player on his team. But he has been doing the heavy lifting. He said himself that he's like, oh, this must be how herO feels. It is Rogue. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As we are getting into our next best of 3, and we'll see if the series will continue. I'm hoping for a back and forth. Again, if anyone can stop Zerg, it's going to be herO. But at the same time, you know, it is also on the new patch. herO did defeat herO in the previous patch. Bear that in mind. For Masters of the Game, they did play on a mod featuring the previous version of the game. And herO, like many Protoss players, has been struggling on this patch. True. I mentioned earlier that we've been seeing a lot of I almost said carrier rushes, a lot of mothership rushes. We did see a SkyToss transition at a classic in this series. There's a high chance we see SkyToss at a herO, to be honest. We might see Glaives. Like, Glaives is another way to be hyper aggressive. What I should emphasize, though, is that in X versus Zerg matchups, we expect the extreme, right? From Terran play, we needed to see extreme aggression. From Protoss players, we need to see either, again, like extreme aggression like Glaive at Eps, or go for like big, like 2-3 base all-ins, or we see SkyToss, right? Like defensive play into SkyToss. That's typically what we've been experiencing so far in the new patch, to try to deal with Zerg, because playing standard against Zerg is not really viable, or it's you're playing at a disadvantage, I should say, if that's what you intend to do. Oh boy. so far. Just opening up. Hatch gas pool, unnatural, natural here for rogue, forced to expand at the third location. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a map where you can be very defendable or very defensive on two bases. As you can see, there's a ramp coming into the natural, so a solid two base setup. The high ground third base can also be quite defendable, and you can knock down these rocks as well, these towers, to fully wall this area off. So the idea of trying to be more defensive and to get into, say, heavy sky toss play, I can see that working here on Lockdown. We'll see. For now, Stargate opener, this is standard. We'll see where hero leads us, whether we go into a fast Twilight Council into Glaives, whether we go into a third base, into a later Twilight Council with Forge and a plus on a Blink, whether we go into heavy Blink play. We'll see. But again, here's the last non-Zerg player left. This also confirms that Terran is finishing in last place. In this race war, Terran, because they were the first team to be eliminated, they are going to be finishing in third place. Now it's between Zerg and Protoss for first and second. Here we go. Here it does poke in. Pokes in. Shades away. Void Ray opener here by hero. Sorry, Void Ray follow-up. It was Oracle first, so Oracle into Void Ray. Does zoom across the map to get the speed zones. Oh my god, they're crazy. Lings, they will actually delay the third though. Nice harass here by Rogue, forcing the Oracle back home. The Oracle's forced back home. Third base now being taken. Is delayed. Nice moves out of Rogue. It does also alleviate some pressure and does give him time to finish up the spores. Meanwhile, the Overlord has been found, and hero can hunt them down. He can hunt down the Overlords. And now we are waiting to see, does hero throw down a Fleet Beacon, a second Stargate, a Twilight Council? What's the follow-up going to be? As Rogue does slip into the main, confirming a second Oracle on the way. Likewise, Erleva Chamber tells us +1 melee. Most likely, Ling Hydra out of Rogue. Most likely. So Wing is cleaned up. Here we're establishing his third base, and we're not going for an early council. Okay, no early tech. It's looking like a standard game out of hero. So far, at least. It's looking standard. As we're expecting a Twilight Council and a Forge thrown down together. No! Okay, we are rushing Mothership. Now, if you recall, I spoke about this at the beginning of the broadcast, and now the vindication, the validation here, as we spoke about Mothership rushes, that should be what this is. Rushing Mothership. We spoke about how this has been very trendy from players like MaxPax, Classic, and hero, and there's this is the reason why we saw a Mothership nerf in the most recent hotfix patch. If you recall, in the hotfix patch, I believe the Mothership was, in total reduced by 100 health. They increased the HP, they reduced the shields, and I think overall, like in general, it was reduced in overall HP. Stage trap into the third. No reaction. Oh my god. Massive connection catching out the entire mineral line. Very nicely done here by hero. Stage trap in the main base as well. Rogue. Oh my. We got to wake up, Pappy. I know it's been a long day, but we got to lock in. Massive stage traps. Delay in the economy. Mothership is being rushed out. Now remember, this is going to be a Mothership rush into a ground army typically. Not into Sky Toss. The Mothership is more of a supportive unit, but it does provide a lot of support. And never mind, after my words, it is going to be Mothership rush into Sky Toss. That's a second Stargate. Okay. So we're rushing Sky Toss. Rogue's economy is delayed. Adepts, they threaten the shade. They don't quite commit. They threaten the shade, pulling back. Currently, Rogue is unaware of what's going on. No scan to the main base. Not yet. For now, Rogue is amassing up Lingbane Hydra. Amassing up his Hydra. And again, we did see hero, if you recall, it was like 2 weeks ago, he was able to bring down Shin. Didn't win the series, but in a best of 5 versus Shin, he went all the way to the ace match versus him by rushing Mothership multiple times. Likewise, MaxPax recently played against Solar in a best of 5 as well, and MaxPax also lost to Solar, but he also forced the ace match by rushing Mothership and rushing Skytoss. That was last week. As Oracles, they pick off more drones. That's going to be 6 drones going down. Very nice damage. Again, Rogue struggling here, losing a bunch of his economy, and behind this, we're going massive Void Ray. Yeah, double Stargate, double Void Ray production. We do have Flux Veins on the way. That's a Void Ray speed. Lings they back in. Lings they confirm the Sky Toss. They confirm the Sky Toss. Now, how do you deal with mass Void Ray like this? So Hydras are good if you're going to go for an all-in. Hydras, funnily enough, they do get outscaled over time. The Mothership helps so much here. The Mothership with Cloak and with Slow Zone supports Void Rays very nicely against Mass Hydra. Funnily enough, if you can identify this early on and then rush into Corruptor and go Mass Corruptor with a maxed out army with Queen support, you can actually overwhelm Void Rays. Void Rays, they're good against Corruptors only with their prismatic alignments. You can bait out the first prismatic alignment, pull back. When it runs out, then you can just collapse in. Then you just collapse in and overwhelm. But we can see that Rogue, upon identifying what's going on, he's committing into Ling Bane Hydra. +1 range is on the way. Hydra speed is on the way. I will say that if we're committing into Ling Bane Hydra, we probably need Infestors. We're trying to hit early on here. We'll see if Rogue can break through. Again, Cloak is going to be huge. Oh my god, the Bailings! Yeah, Bailings are rolling 17 probes. I was distracted. herO was distracted as well. And Rogue, he did not intend to commit. He distracted herO. We were all distracted. And with that, the entire mineral line goes down. Oof. So herO, he's going to be stifled here when it comes to his economy. herO, he needs to break out across the map. There's only one spore. But a lot of Hydras. Yeah, detection has arrived. There's a Cloak. Slow Zone as well. Lings, they try to come in from behind. Yeah, a bit of a messy engage here from the Zerg, from Rogue. Yeah, zones away the army. The Lings, they catch out the ground forces at least. Cloak and Slow Zones are now going to be on cooldown. And now it's time to counterattack. And hero's being overwhelmed. Hero's being overwhelmed. Tempest are on the way, but herO needs more time. Behind this, we have cannons, we have shield batteries. Rogue, he smells blood in the water. He knows how close he is. Morphing in more Bailings. They roll in on the right-hand side. This time herO reacts. herO's ready. This time herO's ready on the right-hand side, but what about the left? Yeah, what about the left here as the Mothership gets caught. Massive pickoff, the Mothership goes down. Yeah, the Mothership falls. Void Rays are trying to hold on, but the Nexus will go down. There's no saving it. And can Rogue go 13-0? Right now he's 11-0, 11-0, which is crazy. Bailings, they roll in, they cripple the economy. herO does not pull away. Oh my god, massive connections. 19 probe kills. And that's going to be 12-0. 12 wins and 0 losses as Rogue, he will break through the main army. Lings, they flood into the mineral lines. Probe's going to be going down. Again, herO, he had a good start killing workers. I mean, the Oracles popped off. Remember, we had a massive stasis trap in the main and the natural, but it did not matter. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Look, let's go. Esther, GG. Well, he can't contain himself. You can see he's trying to like hide a smirk, but no, he cannot. He cannot hide it. GG, well played. Rogue will take game 1 in this best of 3, and can he claim the 2-0? Can he claim the 2-0 here? Can he go 13-0? Will he all kill the Korean scene? Vámonos. Vámonos. As a game 2 is going to be in the Old Sun Temple. Now remember, this is a best of 3. It's a best of 3. So herO can still bring it back and force the ace match. If he wins this game, herO can force the ace match. Armani's been retired for years, and I was like, yo, we're gonna see Armani come back. Armani's not gonna be able to play. He's not gonna be allowed to play. Oh no. It's like, what have I been practicing for? He's like, this is great. Return to StarCraft. This is great. This is good. Let's go. As we are loading into the Old Sun Temple. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss player himself. Whew, we have the South Korean Protoss. Again, the last remaining non-Protoss player left in the broadcast. Can he bring it back? Can he pull off the reverse sweep? Or even bring it back in the series even? It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player going pool first. Okay, that's a 12 pool, by the way. We're going for the 12 pool. We have the blue Zerg player. It is Rogue. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We are getting into our next game here, and potentially the final one. 12 pull out of Rogue. Remember, we're loading into a 4+1 map. Now, herO will scout Rogue immediately. Thank God. So herO, he scouts Rogue immediately. He will confirm the lack of expand. So he confirms a bit of a later expansion, but he doesn't check for the 12 pool. herO's not aware yet. He's not aware. Rogue, he will find herO immediately with his Overlord scouts. And the goal here ideally would have been for these 6 Lings to get across the map, to surround this pylon and to kill, and then to just straight up win the game. They had potential, of course. And herO, he will scout the Lings as they pop. So there we go. herO goes in, confirms the pool is already done. Here he'll spot these Zerglings, and herO should be able to react and set up in time. It's still going to be a little bit shaky, though. As there we go. Lings, they move it across the map. Forge. Okay. Yo, we're going for a Forge fast expand. We're going back to Wings of Liberty, baby. Forge fast expand. Let's go. That's what we've devolved to. As I believe that's a full wall, I believe. No, there's a whole. Okay, there we go. Lings, they were able to get good service area here on the gateway. Gateway will get low. Chrono boost on the Zealots, and the Zealot will defend. Zealot should defend here. Wait. Oh, okay, that's cancelled. I was about to say, is that a full wall? So it's still messy, still very messy here as Lings do trickle in. They will kill the Zealot. Yeah, the Zealot's gonna go down. Oh my god, it's close. It's very, very close here. The Zealot barely survives. Clutch micro, clutch control, 2 probe kills. Massive delay on the Nexus though. That's what matters here. Massive delay. Rogue will be able to expand, drone up. And herO just now going for the Nexus. Post-Forge, delayed Cybercore. Heavy delay on the Cybercore. Heavy delay on the expansion. And this is a messy start. Messy start for herO. Again, herO didn't lose too much, but it was still like inadvertent damage. Again, delayed expansion, delayed tech. 2 dead workers. Rogue is going to be looking a lot more comfortable, as Rogue will claim the 3rd and drone from here. Likewise, these Lings will be dealt with. Fun fact, the Zell should never catch up, and remember, the Cybercore just not finished, so the Adept is delayed as well. So the Lings, they get a free scout of everything. They confirm the Stargate, and we just keep going around in circles. Just keep going around. There's a world, because as the Lings are healing, they might even kill a probe. They might be able to. The Adept should pop out in time, though. Adept is more than halfway done. Lings, they're fully healed up. He wants a probe. Oh, doesn't quite go for it. Tempted. Oh. We do get caught up a little bit here. And yeah, with the help of the Adepts, herO, he will survive, he will defend. The Lings, they don't survive long enough to see the first unit, whether it's a Void Ray or an Oracle. But at least they confirm the Stargate. Confirm the Stargate, Warp Gate is on the way. Back across the map, Rogue, he's claiming his 3rd. Droning, saturating, claiming his 3rd base. And we see herO going for a counterattack. Lings, they will pop out in time. Link speed is delayed because gases were late. True, so delayed Link speed, that's one thing going herO's way. It does limit the aggressive potential of Rogue. But outside of that, herO, he can freely just rotate. Delay and deny some mining. And this is going to be early Evo Chamber. So +1. So we're rushing into +1. So fast +1, most likely into Ling Hydra out of Rogue. This typically is not the tech of choice if you're going into a Roach heavy style, but we'll keep an eye on Rogue regardless. And likewise, herO, he's going for an early Twilight Council. I mean, early in comparison to his third base, but late in regards to the build overall, just because everything is late for herO. Fast, oh right, true, I was about to say, I was like, +1's already on the way. It was a Forge opener, so fast +1. This might be early charge. This might lead into like a charge based all-in. Curious to take advantage of the fast upgrades. We'll see. We'll see if we can take advantage. The oracles, they rotate. They rotate in between the bases. +1 blink is going to be on the way, but again, fast +1, faster upgrades. Rogue's still looking for a way in, and it is going to be a safety Roach Horn. Now again, if there's Glaive Adepts on the way, then Rogue can reactively make Roaches, otherwise you don't really expect any Roach. Wait, whoa, Carapace? Hold on. That's not melee. +1 Carapace is on the way. I'm curious if we do intend to commit into Roach play, actually. This is different. This is different. The oracles, they poke in. Rogue claiming his 4th. Stage trap in the main base. Rogue, he does react in time. Does bait at the stasis. And we'll see where Rogue takes us here. Again, like, +1 Carapace is really weird just because typically Carapace upgrades are not really prioritized due to the fact that they don't really help out many Zerg units just because they're so low on HP anyway. Like, Lynx and Hydras don't really benefit from +1 Carapace. But there is one unit that does greatly benefit from Carapace though, and that unit is Ultras. Is the plan Link Bane into Ultra Tech? No shot. I mean, before that happens, herO does move out. Temple Archive's going to be on the way. 4th base is taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage, and is cancelled. Yeah, massive pickup at the same time. Lings are moving across the map. Zelt's in position. Lings are going for the wall. There's recall. Yeah, there's recall back home. Zelda is going to go down. Recall to the 3rd. Uh-oh. No, yeah, recall to the 3rd base. Lings do flood in, but they shouldn't get much done. Yeah, they shouldn't get much done. The oracles, it will defend. Meanwhile, I was thinking it was going to be maybe Ultra Tech, but no, it's going to be Spire. Mutas going to be on the way. Lings do slip in. Not much damage, though. Nice defense here by herO. I don't know if I'm too convinced by Muta play here. We have plenty of Blink Stalkers, Archon productions on the horizon. I believe the Temple Archives did finish. I'm very much so on the fence about the composition of choice here by Rogue, but we'll see. Likewise, the 4th base is delayed. The rocks are being knocked down. We did make some safety roaches. Charge Archon is amassing here for herO. He's amassing the army. And again, because of the close by ground spawns, we are right next to each other here. The idea of Rogue just building up into a greater economy, into a macro game, it's going to be difficult. I will say that herO does have some aggressive options. Some aggressive timings. Very much so. And like, it's going to be a clutch hold if Rogue goes into Muta play and he triggers a counterattack. There's Revelation. Revelation on the eggs morphing in Mutas of all things. Okay. So herO, I believe currently herO is unaware. That is true, but he will be able to spot these Mutas as they spawn, I believe. It's going to be close. No, it runs out. Never mind. Again, there's no side defense. There's a cannon in the main. Okay, there's a cannon in the main base. There's a battery here at the 3rd. Mutas are making their way in. And again, they should trigger a counterattack, and here comes herO. As we mentioned, it's so greedy going Mutas based on these spawns and based on the setup early on. I don't think herO can be stopped. This is it. This is herO's time. He's pushing. Yeah, herO's pushing. Rogue, his Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Mutas into the main. There are Roaches to defend, and is this going to be enough? There aren't many. Yeah, there's not many Roaches here. Zealous break through, and herO's overwhelming. Yeah, it's not going to be a 13-0. It's not going to be 13-0. As Rogue, he will lose every single Roach here again. He was so greedy trying to go into Muta play. So greedy. I mean, I say that. We have reinforced. Oh, no. We're coming for this round. We're coming for this round. We have 14 Roaches on the way. No shot. He surrounds the army. Archons are going down, and he will get away with it. Oh, my God. I thought that herO might have enough. The answer is no. With these reinforcements, Rogue, he will be able to pull it off here. Oh, my God. herO versus the world. Sorry, herO. Rogue versus the world. Rogue versus the Korean scene. And he takes down all the Terrans and all the Protoss. The mutas, they didn't really deal too much damage, but now they're popping off. And what the mutas did do was that they forced herO to counterattack. They forced that reaction out of herO. And Rogue, he barely held on. Lost the base. Yes, he did. He did lose an expansion. Things were looking dire. But with those reinforcements, Rogue had plenty to work with. Plenty of Larva. Plenty of Roach Ravager. And Rogue, he's gonna all kill the Korean scene. That's crazy. That's crazy, papi. Aye. As Rogue, he will clean up the entire army. And out of a team of 4, out of a team of Zerg, a team of Solar, Shin, Armani, and Rogue, only Rogue played. Only Rogue. That's all they needed. One Zerg, papi. That's all we needed. As here we go. The baseballs, 20 probe kills. I had some faith, I had some hopium, but really it was copium. As Zerg, it could not be stopped. Not like this. 13-0. Crazy. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will claim the series. He will take down everyone. There he is. GG. GG, well played. He will claim the tournament. GG, congratulations here to Rogue. He will take down herO 2-0. And what was Rogue's run? So Rogue, he took down Zoun initially, took down Zoun in the best of 1. He 2-0'd INnoVation. He likewise 2-0'd Trap. He 2-0'd Maru. He 2-0'd Classic. He 2-0'd Cure. And he 2-0'd herO. It's a crazy run. Again, Rogue, he's letting us know, he's like, yo, this is how herO must feel. It's insane. As Rogue, he takes down everyone, papi. Aye. GG, well played. Congratulations. Rogue, he will take down every single player, every single Korean, Terran, and Protoss that we could throw at him. Could not be stopped. Meanwhile, Shin, Solar, and Armani, they're laughing right now. They're enjoying themselves. Didn't even have to play. Didn't even have to play here tonight. Did not even have to play here. GG, well played. Congratulations. Rogue, he'll pull off the all kill against the Korean scene. And again, despite Terran and Protoss uniting here, not enough. Not enough, papi. Not enough to take down Rogue. Crazy. With that, congratulations, and with that, we are wrapping up with day 1. Remember, this is a 2-day event, and we'll be seeing more of these teams in the playoff brackets. Zerg, they finished in first place. Protoss, they finished in second place because herO was the last remaining non-Zerg player, and Terran, they finished in third place. What does this mean? This means that Zerg is going to be seeded into the grand finals, and we should be seeing I see Shameless. Hold on. I see Shameless having fun. But with that, GG well played. Just as a heads up here, it means that Zerg, they're seeded into the finals. Meanwhile, it's going to be herO versus... Wait. Are we done, or are we going to keep playing? Hold on here. Okay. We're having an interview. Okay. I was a little bit confused. So ByuN, he just joined the group. Just joined the party, and it looks like they're having some interviews. They're having some interviews with the captains over on the Korean stream. Unfortunately, we're not privy to that. Unfortunately, we're not. We won't be able to translate that. But yes, ByuN, as the Korean captain, the Terran captain, sorry, I believe he's going to have an interview. And I believe Shin, as the Zerg captain, is going to have an interview. And they might drag on Zoun, as Zoun is the Protoss captain. So it looks like they're going to have some interviews in Korean. Where's Kronos? Where's Kronos? My Kronos, papi. Hold on. Regardless, I think I'll play the audio so that maybe we can get some translations a little bit later. Maybe we get some translations.
준호가 안 왔네.
디스코드 들으니까 목소리가 다른데요?
이건 다 다른 걸로 사용하고 있죠.
이거 훨씬 더 좋은데요?
이거는
I can hear Shin. I can hear Shin.
훨씬 좋지.
야 안주가 괜찮네 오늘.
That's ByuN.
오늘 뭐 변현우 선수는 뭐 그냥 뭐 관전자인가요?
네 맞습니다. 오늘 딱 치킨 시켜놓고 그러니까 저거가 이기는 거 보니까 맛있네. 치킨 이렇게 마실 수가 없네.
치킨변 오늘도 역시 치킨변이네요.
나 오늘 좀 그래도 1승을 할 줄 알았는데 뭐 저거까지 갈 것도 없이 토스선에 그냥 정리돼가지고.
근데 아까 그냥 잠깐 김준호 오기 전에 잠깐 이야기를 하자면 그 뭐 첫 번째 세트에서 트리플 날렸으면 이겼다고 생각하시나요?
그럼요. 제가 그 병력을 우선적으로 병력을 잡고 넥서스를 깼어야 되는데.
그렇지.
그러니까요.
추적자는 잘 잡았는데.
실수가 아니고 이거는 실수가 아니고
실력이지.
전 이해를 못하겠네요. 왜 점사를 안 했는지.
그러니까 약간 브론즈도 안 할 것 같은 그런 실수를 하시더라고요.
브론즈는 그런 실수하고. 근데 이거는 진짜 좀 치명적인 실수였던 것 같아요. 저는 무조건 생각을 하고 있었거든요. 이거 추적자만 잡고 넥서스 점사를 하자. 근데 제 병력의 그 체력을 보니까 체력 보고 좀 많이 급했던 것 같아요.
So ByuN, he's ranting right now. Inu is asking the questions.
알죠, 형 알죠. 형.
뭐할 건데 너가?
형 근데 토스한테는 저거가 적이지만 테란한테는 토스도 적이에요.
그래? 하긴 우리가 2등 하긴 했다 덕분에.
그쵸 2등이잖아요. 아직 우리는.
그러네. 변현우가 정해주고 1승으로 2등이네 저기가.
근데 아싸리 전패하는 게 1승 하는 것보다.
맞아?
밸런스 패치하면은 토스도 너프야.
뭔 소리야? 1승했는데
토스 1승 했어.
형이 하니까 토스가 높구나.
한술이 왜 왔는데? 부장끼리 있는 건데.
인우 형. 이거 바꾸시죠. 종족 체감전 말고.
저거를 이겨라로?
편한 느낌으로.
아니 일단은 오늘 사실 인터뷰는 뭐 그냥 뭐 아까 이제 저희 시청자분들께서 저그 청문회를 한번 해야 되는 거 아니냐라는 이야기를 했었거든요. 그러니까 이게 저그 감독인 신이범 선수가 생각하기에는 현재의 밸런스가 어떤지가 굉장히 궁금합니다.
저는 근데 항상 예전부터 말하긴 했는데
That's Shin.
항상 저거가 세다고 생각을 하고요. 일단은 뭐 버프 먹은 게 엄청 많죠. 일단 버프 먹은 게 엄청 많아서 이게 애벌레가 그냥 이어도 한번 저거가 괜찮지 않을까라는 생각을 했었는데 이제 지금 애벌레도 좋아졌기 때문에 사실 더 그런 거에 시너지 효과도 나고 있기도 하고, 그리고 이제 8마리로 바뀐 것도 좀 크다고 생각이 들긴 해요.
이 맛있다.
근데 이제 개인적으로는 테란들은 저는 그러니까 저그 상대를 엄청 힘들다고 생각해요. 테란이 특히. 근데 프로토스는 저는 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
그지.
와.
근데 이제 그거죠. 너프는 필요한데 약간 그러니까 전 버전에서 저거가 토스 이기기 힘들었잖아요.
그쵸.
그냥 딱 그거랑 바뀐 느낌이에요, 그냥.
제 의견이랑 완전히 동일해요.
김준호에게 들어봐야겠는데요.
이게 뭐 중계하다 보면 이제 5.0.15 버전 때 1호 버전 때는 테란 대 저그 중계하다 보면 솔직히 좀 약간 반반 느낌 났었거든요.
그렇죠, 반반이죠.
확실히 진짜 반반 느낌이 났는데 16 버전 되고 나서는 그러니까 저그의 최적화가 워낙 빠르다 보니까 병력으로 전환되는 속도가 너무 빨라서 테란의 병력보다 저그의 병력이 좀 압도적이다, 이런 느낌이 좀 많은 것 같아요. 경기를 중계하다 보면 클램 제외하고.
근데 저는 클램도
네.
한국인적으로 하면은 다질 거라고 생각해요. 세랄한테도 이제 지긴 했죠 어제.
네.
네.
그래서 이제 딱 봤을 때 가장 컸던 게 신이범 선수와 클램 선수가 핫픽스 되기 전 버전하고 딱 될 때 버전하고 딱 그 한 주 차로 경기를 한 적이 있었거든요. 근데
그렇죠.
그때 당시에 핫픽스 되기 전에 클램이 신이범 선수와 엄청 비비는 것처럼 보이다가 졌단 말이에요. 클램 선수가.
맞아요.
그리고 그 다음 주에 이제 핫픽스 적용되고 나서 애벌레 9.9초로 바뀌고 나서 치러진 그 다음 경기에서는 클램 선수가 아슬아슬하게 또 이겼단 말이죠.
그렇죠.
물론 이게 뭐 컨디션 영향들도 있기는 하겠지만 이게 9.5초에서 9.9초로 바뀐 부분에 대해서 사실 영향이 아예 없었다라고 보긴 좀 어려운 것 같다라는 느낌도 있었거든요. 그 홍프컵 중계할 때.
맞아요. 근데 저는 그거는
네.
그냥 제가 좀 빌드 실험하다가 졌다고 생각을 해요. 네.
그래서 그러면 신이범 선수가 느끼기에는 10.7초였나요? 예전이? 그 10.7초로
네, 맞아요.
바뀌어도 해볼만 하다고 생각하시나요? 지금은?
근데 이제 제가 10.7초일 때 해봤거든요. PTR에서. 근데 확실히 그건 있었어요. 뭔가 저그가 초반에 지금은 이제 16마리를 다 찍고
네.
최적화를 할 수 있는데
네.
그때는 이제 못했단 말이에요. 16마리 아니고 한 14마리 때 최적화를 됐단 말이에요.
네.
근데 그게 지금 테란이나 토스가 겪는 문제점이거든요.
네.
그러니까 이제 만약에 10.7로 되면은
네.
지금 테란이랑 토스가 겪고 있는 게 저그도 똑같이 겪겠죠. 아무래도.
그러겠네.
역시 겜자랄이야 이범이가.
그럼 저는 또 이제 한편으로 이제 김준호 선수에게 또 물어보고 싶은 게 가장 큰 불만이 뭔가요?
불만이요?
네.
불만은 사실 밸런스적인 건 모르겠고 그냥 게임이 재미가 너무 없어져가지고 그거를 추론은 해보고 있는데 아무래도 일꾼 변경이 좀 지대한 영향을 끼치지 않았나 생각은 하고 있어요. 이게 게임 하는 플레이어 입장에서 재미가 있어야지 경기력 퀄리티도 올라가고 게이머가 연습도 열심히 하고 보는 사람도 보는 맛이 나고 이제 그런 되게 많은 연쇄작용이 있는데 그 부분이 좀 지금 여러 게이머들 의견도 들어봤을 때 재미없어하는 것 같아서 연습에도 영향이 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
이건 뭐 쉽지가 않네요. 바뀔 기미가 안 보이기 때문에 그 왈모 캐스터가 이야기하더라고요. 바뀔 기미 왈모 누군가가 이야기하던데 그 어렵다고 안 바뀔 것 같다고.
네, 안 바뀌면은 뭐 저희는 또 최선을 다해서 또 하겠죠. 근데 지금은 아직 시기가 얼마 안 되다 보니까 게임 퀄리티도 안 나오는 것 같고 아직 좀 판단하기 이른 시기인 것 같긴 합니다.
한 10마리 하면 어때?
그러니까요.
그죠?
근데
차라리
확실히 좀 시간
바꾸고
타이밍으로 봐도 막
네, 이제 뭐 일꾼수는 절대 안 바꿀 것 같긴 해요. 저는
전체적으로 한 2분씩은 더 게임이 걸린다는 느낌이 들거든요. 중계하다 보면 그러니까 전체적으로 한 2분 정도는 좀 늦어졌다 이런 느낌?
네.
근데 이제 기존에 시청하셨던 시청자분들이나 프로게이머 분들이나 모두 이제 좀 지금 패치 8기로
근데 이제는 안 바꿀 것 같아.
좀
일꾼수는
지루해지는 부분들이 좀 크다. 이게 거의 한 이상은 이야기가 나오고 있는 이야기잖아요.
그쵸.
지금 상태에서 12기로 늘린다. 도움이 될까요?
솔직히 잘은 모르겠지만 이게 디테일한 걸 제가 뭐 테스트하는 입장은 아니다 보니까 근데 12기로 바꾸고 그 뒤에 이제 또 데이터를 쌓는 게 좀 더 빠르게 해결되지 않을까 싶긴 해.
근데 이거는
그렇죠.
일꾼수를
저도
바꾼
중계하다
거는
보면 그런
결과론적으로 봤을 때 이런
그런
상황이
생각을 진짜
벌어진
많이 하게
거지.
되는데.
사실 바꾸기 전에는
그 뭐
이렇게까지 될지 몰랐지. 결과를 이제 보고 있으니까 거봐 이렇게 될 줄 알았어 이렇게 하는 거지.
재밌다 이런 이야기도 했었거든요. 저번에 인터뷰할 때.
네네.
근데 그게
근데 일꾼 숫자를 바꿀 거면 사실 그 막
보는 입장에서 좀
건물이나 이런
지배감이
것도
없지 않아
가격도
있는 것
조금씩 다
같아서
바꿔야
이게
되고 이래야
좀
돼.
안타깝더라고요. 지금 변현우 선수는 근데 그때와 같은 생각인가요?
아니요? 아니, 저는 왜 재밌게 느꼈냐면은 그러니까 새롭잖아요. 새로운 거라서
네.
좀 배우는 입장으로 돌아가서 그런 부분에서 좀 재밌다고 느꼈었는데 이게 뭐 하면 할수록 오히려 재미는 더 없어지고 이게 12마리는 이미 저희가 10년 동안 해왔기 때문에 그 데이터가 많이 쌓여 있잖아요.
네.
근데 8마리는 저희가 데이터가 없어가지고 뭐 어떤 패치를 해도
네.
그 다가오는 그게 좀 많이 다른 것 같아요. 좀 더 크게 다가오고 그러니까 12마리에서 뭐 그런 애벌레 너프 버프를 했었으면은
네.
오히려 좀 다르게 느껴졌을 수 있을 것 같아요. 이렇게까지는 강력하지 않았을 텐데 근데 이 두 개를 동시에 해버리니까 그 테란이나 프로토스 입장에서는 좀 더 많이 힘들어진 것 같아요.
그런 것 같아요. 확실히 초반에 저그의 일꾼 최적화 이게 뭐 선못으로 시작해도 확실히 좋아 보이니까 정말 문제가.
근데 지금은 일꾼 숫자를 건드릴 순 없을 것 같고 그냥 밸런스 지금 당장 맞춰야죠 뭐.
조정이 되냐 안 되냐잖아요. 근데
그쵸?
이제 예전에 이제 제가 또 다른 어떤 모 관계자에 의하면 게임 수가 충족이 안 되면 롤백 이야기도 있더라고요.
진짜요?
근데 이게 진짜인지는 모르겠어요. 근데 그런 이야기가 아무튼 있긴 있었는데 근데 롤백 하면 도움이 되나요? 지금 상황에서?
근데 롤백을 저는 솔직히 말해서 개인적 의견으로는
네.
롤백 하는 게 맞다고 생각을 하고 그 롤백을 하고 일꾼 12마리에서
네.
거기서 이제 유닛이나 뭐
네.
애벌레를 건들던 그런 수치 너프를 해야 된다고 해야 되는 게 맞다고 생각을 해요.
네.
일꾼을 8마리로 그냥 줄인다는 거는 그냥 아무 얘기도 없이 줄인 거잖아요. 뭐 때문에 줄이는 거 그런 것도 없이
네.
줄인 거잖아요. 뭐 때문에 줄이는 거 그런 것도 없이 저는 뭐 그래서 제 입장은 저는 뭐 제 입장은 하는 게 맞지 않나. 다시 롤백을 하고 근데 또 게이머들도 다시 패치를 하는 게 맞지 않나 생각을 하고 근데 또 게이머들도 BTR 서버가 열리면은
많이
뭐 피드백을 많이 해줘야 되는데 저희 게이머들도 피드백을 잘 안 하다 보니까 이쪽 그 패치 팀에도 좀 머리 아픈 그런 게 있을 것 같긴 해요.
강퇴하니까 없지.
뭐라고요?
강퇴하니까 못 주지. 나도 피드백 주고 싶어.
강퇴당했어.
그쵸. 그쵸. 그런 부분도 있고.
그러니까 모두가 굉장히 힘든 시즌을 보내고 있다라는 생각이 들고 이번 또 GSL CK 5회차 오늘 이병렬 선수가 화끈하게
병렬이가 근데 진짜 너무 잘했어요. 너무 고맙고 저가 이겼는데 너무 고맙고 그러니까 보여주려면 이렇게 확실하게 보여줘야 돼요.
네, 안 그래도 오늘 화끈하더라고요. 근데 신임범 선수도 확실히 그냥 롤백하고 좀 저그 약간 중간중간 애벌레나 이런 것들 손보는 게 괜찮은 방향이라고 보시나요?
12마리 할 거면은 애벌레는 절대 건들면 안 되고 그냥 이제 전 버전에서 문제가 있던 게 어떻게 보면은 푸테전이랑 푸저전이었잖아요.
네.
그래서 그것만 좀 건들면은 되지 않을까라는 생각이 있긴 해요.
그쵸. 저도 오늘 중계하면서 그 이야기 했었거든요. 그냥 다른 종족전 괜찮았던 것 같고 푸저가 중후반 넘어갔을 때 할 게 없다. 이거 이길 수가 없다. 이런 이야기 하다가 뒤로 돌려서 그냥 그 부분을 좀 조정하는 게 낫지 않냐. 이제 그런 이야기들이 있었는데
그렇죠.
그냥 굳이 전체적인 거 뭔가 새로운 걸 시도하는 거는 좋은데 이게 방향이 좀 잘못된 게 아닌가라는 생각이 들어서 좀 아쉬움이 남더라고요. 그러면 일단은 밸런스적인 부분은 서로 다 의견은 비슷한 것 같고 오늘 게임 이야기만 좀 간략하게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 신이범 감독님은 오늘 이병렬 선수를 1번으로 내보낸 이유가 있나요?
일단 그 강민수랑 저는 이 패치가 되고 나서도 꾸준히 대회도 나가고 연습을 좀 했어요. 근데 이제 이병렬 선수는 보기만 했다고 하더라고요. 뭐 게임 한두 판 정도, 두세 판? 뭐 이렇게
뭐라고?
하신 것 같더라고요. 예?
보기만 했다고?
네, 보기만 하고 그냥 제 유튜브 몇 번 봤다고 하더라고요. 네, 그래가지고 그
네.
네, 병렬이 형 그 대회 경험도 쌓고
네.
실력감도 이제 찾아서
네.
다음 주에 도움을 받고자
아.
이제 이병렬 선수를 내보냈는데, 아무래도 제가 아까 말했지만 저그는 사실 애벌레 때문에 최적화가 바뀐 게 아예 없어요.
아.
다른 테란이나 토스는 느려졌는데.
네네, 그렇죠.
그래가지고 이병렬 선수가 연습을 안 해도 그냥 그 저번에 했던 그 기본기로 그냥 다 이기니까 저도 이제 당황스럽고, 저도 보는데 아 이거 조졌다 이거 때문에. 네, 이 생각했어요.
아니 오히려 논란이 더 커지는 것 같은데요. 이거 게임 안 하고 신이범 유튜버만 봐도 이긴다.
신범 유튜브 구독 많이 해주세요.
아, 신이범
제 유튜브가 좋을
유튜브.
수도 있죠.
아, 신이범 유튜브 구독.
We're just
좋아요,
plugging
알림
Shin's YouTube channel right now. God damn it.
아, 그랬구나. 그럼 변현우 선수는 왜 본인이 1번으로 나왔나요?
저보고 나가라던데요? 아니, 저는 처음에 조성주를 그냥 안 물어보고 그냥 선택했거든요.
아, 네.
마루가 평소에 CK 하면은 대장전에 좀 부담을 가지는 것 같아서
아,
그냥 제가 첫 번째로 박아버렸는데,
네.
처음 들어보는 욕 듣고 그냥 저로 바꿨습니다.
야,
그리고 또
네.
다음 경기 생각하면은 또 이신영 선수가 토스전보다는 저거전 하는 게 좀 낫다고 생각을 해서
아,
이신영 선수는 이제 좀 남겨뒀고요.
네.
즉 뭐 3테란 중에 굳이 선봉을 뽑자면은 저밖에 없는 것 같아서 그래서 제가 나가게 됐습니다.
근데 이게 다음 주에도 이제 플레이오프 일정 있잖아요. 사실 제가 김준호 선수에게는 뭐 이것저것 안 물어보는 게, 오늘 뭐 프로토스는 워낙에 뭐 저그한테 뭐 아무것도 못하고 진 것 같아가지고 물어보면 욕할 것 같아가지고 못 물어보고 있거든요.
아니,
괜찮아요.
진거 테란이 더 많이 졌는데요?
아니 진 거는 테란은 그래도 공격이라도 가고 졌는데 프로토스는 뭐 아무것도 못하다 져가지고. 그래서 오늘 뭐 실제 순위 결정전에서 2위로 프로토스가 마무리가 되기는 했지만 실제
감사하고
그냥 박한솔 아니었으면 오늘 그냥 경기력은 꼴등이지 않았나 싶기도 하거든요. 전체적으로 보면.
그게 맞습니다.
자, 그래서 일단 이제 다음 주에 펼쳐지는 토너먼트 2, 3위전 예정 있잖아요.
네.
프로토스가 테란을 지명할 수 있거든요. 첫 번째 경기.
네.
약간 염두하신 플레이어가 있나요?
변현우가 좋던데요.
저기요.
아니 근데 네.
예. 1승 먹고 시작하는 게 기분이 좋긴 하더라고요.
그렇군요.
한소리도 이미 선언했거든요.
아니 근데 사실 오늘 이거 중계하면서 이병렬 선수가 압도적인 모습을 보여줘서 아니 막 중간중간 고민되더라고요. 이게 롤백 버전으로 바꿔야 되나?
근데 대회 취지가 굉장히 좋은 것 같고
그렇죠.
잘 지금 돌아가고 있는 것 같습니다.
그렇죠.
아무래도 현 상황을 또 점검하는 의미도 있다 보니까 대회가.
예, 맞습니다. 그래서 뭐 고민은 그렇게 하지만 실제 그대로 해야죠, 당연히.
그럼요. 근데 제가 오늘 좀 발언 좀 조심하게 되는 게 프로토스 선수들이 다 뭐랄까 약간 경기력도 다 안 좋았어가지고
그러니까요.
밸런스적인 얘기를 조심할 수밖에 없네요.
사실 그건 확실히 있었던 것 같아요. 그냥 경기력이 막 그렇게 썩 좋지 않았어요. 그냥 뭐.
근데 이게 그럴 수밖에 없는 게 얼마 안 됐는데 저그는 사실 똑같거든요.
네, 맞아요.
프로토스는 디테일한 것들을 좀 많이 이것저것 바꾸다 보니까 실수가 나올 수밖에 없어요. 그래서 좀 더 해봐야 된다.
아 그거는 그렇죠. 토스는 사실 토스 입장에서 완전 대격변 느낌이기 때문에
그렇죠.
그런 부분들이 있을 수밖에 없겠네요.
네, 그런 것 같습니다.
아 그러면 결론은 테란이 더 못했.
뭐 저희가 3등이니까 뭐 인정합니다.
뭐
네.
베네오가 뭐 다음 주에 보여줘야죠. 뭐 뽑으면.
그러니까 뭐 테란이 진 게 아니라 제가 진 거죠.
아 그렇죠 그렇죠. 그래서 아니 이번 주 이렇게 한번 해보고 나니까 또 방향이 잡히는 것도 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 뭐 테란 선수분들이나 또 프로토스 선수분들이나 당분간은 저그를 이겨라를 계속 해야 되지 않을까. 그래서
근데 내일
네.
다음 주죠.
네. 다음 주
다음
월요일입니다.
주 테란 입장에서는 제 입장에서는 저그를 이겨라 하기 전에 토스를 이겨라부터 해야 되지 않을까. 네? 토스가 지금 저거에 가려져 있을 뿐이에요.
일단
다음 주에 한번 보세요.
자 알겠습니다. 자 일단 너무 길어지고 있어서 그러면 그 각 팀 감독님 테란부터 해서 다음 주 각오 한 마디씩만 하고 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 변현우 선수.
저희 테란이 오늘 유일하게 전패를 했는데 근데 오늘 경기력 자체는 그래도 괜찮았다고 보거든요. 그래서 다음 주 경기 토스로 프로토스랑 할 때는 오늘보다는 훨씬 나아질 거라고 생각을 하고 또 신영님이 토스전을 굉장히 잘해요.
오.
그리고 다음 주에 좀 신영님 말씀은 뭐 연습을 하고 오겠다고 하긴 하시는데
네.
뭐 그건 다음 주에 두고 봐야 될 것 같고 워낙 클래스 있는 선수시니까 뭐 레전드 선수 최초로 뭐 1승을 할 수 있지 않을까 기대를 해주시면 좋겠고 뭐 저희 뭐 저나 도웅님이나 성주나 워낙 토스전 그래도 저그전보다는 훨씬 잘하니까 다음 주에는 꼭 토스는 이겨서 저그한테 다시 한번 도전을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
아 저그에게 네. 자, 김준호 선수 다음 이야기해 주시죠.
무슨 저그에게 도전을 해. 저희는 테란만 보고 테란에 올인하고 다음 주에 오겠습니다.
아 네. 신이범 선수도 이야기해 주시죠.
저거 이야기 시켜야 되나요?
저그가 뭐라고 해야 되죠? 그
신월가
19년도 20년도까지 정말 좋았거든요 그때. 근데 그 이후에 저그 너프 많이 먹으면서 내리막을 가고 있었어요. 세랄 제외하고.
네.
근데 이제 갑자기 옛날에 유행했던 것처럼 그 환생 막 이런 거 있잖아요. 내가 그거 느낌이라 가지고 지금 약간 기분이 너무 이상해가지고 예, 사실 누가 올라오든 간에 저는 이제 질 것 같지가 않아서.
근데 지금 내리막길이라고 하셨는데 100에서 90 내려온 건데 토스는 저거나 토스는 테란이나 토스는 70, 60에서 이렇게 놀고 있는데 저거는 100에서 90 내려온 거예요.
아니 그러니까 지금 패치가 90 됐다는 게 아니라 이해를 못했어? 아니
못했으니까 이러지.
19년도 저거가 된 것 같다고 지금 상황이.
오케이.
네, 그거 말하는 거잖아요 지금. 그래서 네, 뭐 누가 올라오든 간에
네.
그래도 우승해서 너프 먹겠습니다. 우승 상금으로 너프 가져가겠습니다.
예, 알겠습니다.
네.
자, 새 감독님들 고생하셨고요. 다음 주 월요일 날 또 멋진 경기로 시청자분들께 인사해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 고생하셨습니다.
고생하셨습니다.
네, 고생하셨습니다.
감사합니다. all right. With that, the interview did conclude. Big shout out to Inu, of course. Inu, he was casting in Korean, and Inu, he was conducting the interview there as well. And if you could hear, we saw that Ryung, he was having a bit of a react stream, of course, and that was Inu having an interview with ByuN, who was the captain of Terran, Shin, who was the captain of Zerg, and Zoun, who was the captain of Protoss. So that was a bit of a three-way interview there. Of course, I'm hoping that showing that will allow for maybe some people to come in and help with some translations in the YouTube chat when it comes to the comment section. So if you're out there, you happen to be native to the Korean language, maybe you can give us a bit of a TLDR as to some of the comments comments made. We can hazard a guess as to what was said for sure, with some context clues there, and with some keywords that were stated. But regardless, maybe you can help us out with those translations. Otherwise, GG will play it with our congratulations. Again, Zerg, they finish in first place, followed by terran and Protoss. Of course, when it comes to the balance of the game, when it comes to what's going on, I mean, obviously events like this can help when it comes to showcasing and ideally being able to just show off, potentially the current state of the game and things that need to be worked upon. I know a lot of people, and of course, one of the most apparent things is the lava spawn rate. We saw that because of that, the growth of Zerg is still very, very strong in Zerg versus X matchups against Terran and against Protoss. That's why Terran players are being hyper aggressive. We saw that Maru was going for a bunch of 2-base all-ins, and Kira was being hyper aggressive with drop play as well to try to stop and slow the Zerg player down from being left alone. Because if they get left alone, bam, they just max out and they just build up and they snowball out of control. And we saw that Maru and Cure and INnoVation were unable to stop that from happening. When it comes to ZVP, it's a little bit more complex because on the one hand, it's similar where Protoss players have to be very aggressive, have to be very assertive in their own way. Again, we saw some Glavedet play out of Classic. We saw some attempted SkyToss rushes out of herO as well. But it's a little bit different. One of the reasons why we're seeing this kind of play transpire, one, Zerg growth has been increased and is stronger, that is true, but also because the gateway changes, specifically for PvZ, it does take away a lot of builds. It takes away a lot of aggression that Protoss would otherwise have, and it takes away a lot of build options as well when it comes to Archon drops, when it comes to mid-game gateway aggression as well, coming in towards a longer game state. Because of that, it's less viable to go into like standard +1 blink into mid-game, in towards Storm, which is splash damage, in towards a later game, because you sacrifice so much of your so much map control, right? Because your aggression is so much weaker because you have to spend resources on all these gateways, and it's just nowhere near as effective. And the gateway change does negatively impact any kind of Protoss presence in that mid game as well. So ZVP is a little bit more complex as to like what exactly is impacting that matchup at the moment, and why we're seeing so much attempted SkyToss from herO. We even saw that a little bit from Classic as well. We've been seeing that from MaxPax. We've been seeing that from Protoss players abound. So again, right now, the game is very heavily in flux, and we're expecting, a health fix on the horizon. That's kind of what we're expecting. When that hits and what is changed, still yet to be confirmed, of course, still yet to be seen. I think I mentioned this last time, initially I was all for the worker change as well, and for a lot of these changes, but at the end of the day, like, if these changes are not really bearing fruit, or if they're not achieving their end goal, then I would hope that Blizzard or the team are willing to revert some of these changes, right? If they're not working, and if you have to do all, if you have to try to make all these, like, jump through all these hoops and try to mess with all these numbers, and if you do all these changes to try to force this to make it work, and if you don't quite achieve it, I would hope that we're willing to pull back on some of these changes if they fail to achieve like the end goal, the end result. Referring to the worker changes, referring to the gateway changes as well. I think I said this last time for GSL CK number 4, I still stand by it, where I would like to see just the warp gate change, have the warp gate change still be there, but just make it free, in the sense that you don't have to spend resources on all these gateways to change that. Of course, there are other implications when it comes to mid-game TVP as well. Like, there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to StarCraft, so there's a lot of matchups that have to be taken into consideration once you make some changes. Yeah, it's not easy, of course. And shout out to Soup, shout out to GSL for, of course, hosting and organizing this event, and for having this unique format as well. It was really fun. It was really a fun format. Obviously very one-sided, but a very fun like kind of free-for-all, like King of the Hill style format, with Terran and Protoss fighting against Zerg as best they could. They did their best. I mean, again, you could not field any better player in Korea, right? Like Maru, herO, Classic, Cure. We sent everyone at Rogue. Who else could we send? Like, what else could we do, Pat? What else could we do? So GG well played. And with that, we'll see you guys next week for day 2 of GSL CK number 5. Once again, thanks for watching. If you want to support the GSL, if you want to support these events, again, fun, unique format, monthly basis as well, do check out the Patreon, patreon.com/GSL, to help us grow and continue this tournament on a regular monthly basis, and to eventually fund another season of GSL coming into 2027. Let's go. So again, you can help support GSL. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you are curious, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis over on the CranKy Ducklings. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, we are going to be live throughout the course of the week. We have Homestar Cup replays. We're going to be covering the replays of the Homestar Cup playoffs over this week. We have the Wardy TV Monday, Pigstar Cup. We have Crank Gathers. True Crank Gathers also going to be occurring. Sea Open and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft at the course of the week. A lot of content every single day here on the Cranky Ducklings. So we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Until then, ciao. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. See you next time. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego.